At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan Conservative, Balanced and Active Growth Funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Yeah, well, very good morning. Welcome into Karapiro for finals day of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships powered by Milford. Looking forward to having your company. Some of the best rowers in the world, Olympic champions, Olympic medalists and the rising stars of the sport in action over the next 2 days. Well, conditions absolutely idyllic. First up this morning, it will be the Women's Intermediate Cox 4 B final, and then the first of our A finals set to go at 8:30, the Women's Intermediate Cox 4 final. We will have 2 channels running today. If you wish to watch the B finals, they will be on Channel 2, all A finals on this particular channel. 2,000 metres is the distance, as I affectionately like to call it. 2,000 metres, 1,500 metres of hope and 500 metres of truth. That is a tough sport, a sport that requires, well, a high degree of mental fortitude, incredible physical duress, but there is also a real technical component to it. Of course, pressure also falls on the coaching staff. Coaches here today wanting to hope that their athletes have peaked and they can create a little bit of history. More than 60 clubs represented from right around the country and their famous colours. Absolutely just idyllic conditions, and these crews in the morning will get the best of those conditions, and it will be an opportunity for crews later in the morning to sit back and watch these early races, get an understanding of perhaps some of the environmental factors that might play out. Opportunity for
at Milford, we understand it takes
ask their crews anything noticeable out there that they need to be aware of, any particular benefits, and of course a large contingent of officials and volunteers making these New Zealand Championships particularly special. And so there is the runway, there is Broadway. That is where there will be an awful lot of pain dished out over the next 48 hours. Of course, big year for New Zealand rowing, Olympic Games in Paris, Olympic trials to be staged next week. I understand selectors are running their eye over these crews and individuals today as well over the next 48 hours. So a lot of pressure on those elite rowers at that pointy end in terms of selection for those Olympic Games. So there will just be the 2 crews in this Women's Intermediate Cox 4 B final. Hamilton and Hawke's Bay. Hamilton there in the famous colours of white and red, and Hawke's Bay, well, the colours of New Zealand really. Black with a white sash, very much capturing the wonderful nostalgia that goes with the sport of rowing. So there will be a bit of nerves. These athletes will have gone through their pre-race protocols that at this level are fairly well established. Each athlete individually will need to get their nervous system up and get themselves in the right space, but also collectively, and that is one of the challenges for the coaches. So Hamilton in the red and white, Eve Singleton, Renee Simon, Olivia Church and Brenna Salmons. Sarah Morris is the Cox. for Hawke's Bay. That is that Waikato crew. Just steadying the ship, steadying the boat, forgive the pun. And then we'll have a look at the Hawke's Bay crew of Danica Grant, Charlotte Oliver, Keely Ramsey, Helena Carney and Molly Young the Cox. And so it'll be lane 4 for the Hamilton Rowing Club. Hawke's Bay, lane 5. We will run a little tracking meter at the bottom of the graphic to give you an idea of where they are on the course in regards to the 500 metre mark, the 1000 metre mark, the 1500 metre mark, and of course through to the finish line. And so that is the Hawke's Bay crew. Hawke's Bay 1. As mentioned, the coxswain there of Molly Young. They'll all have their own styles. They would have worked on what type of communication, what type of language is best suited to her crew. What's going to allow them to get the best out of themselves. You'll often see, just see there, might be Charlotte Oliver just yawning a little bit, but that's more a case of nerves. You'll often see athletes prior to races yawning a little bit, and that is just a sign of nerves as much as anything. So first race of the day, the first final on finals day here of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. And we are not too far away from a start. We will bring you some absolutely spectacular footage today. We've got drones up in the air. We've got cameras out on barges. We've even got some of the coxswains wired up. And hopefully you can hear plenty of the noise coming off the water, bring you a real insight into one of the toughest sports in the sport of rowing. So just waiting for everything on course, getting the official word that we are set to go. Referees, officials, making sure that the course is clear. Timing systems are working, starting mechanisms are all go. One thing with rowing, they are very precise with their starting times. So we will bring you the start of the speed final. And then if you wish to watch the continuation of it, you can switch to channel 2 as we do get underway. And like all start of rowing races, you expect a very high strike rate early, try to get away quickly, and then they'll look to lengthen out as they make their way down this 2,000 metre journey. So immediately it is the Hamilton crew of Eve Singleton, Renee Simon, Olivia Church and Brenna Salmons, who have half a canvas lead through this first 150 metres. Of course, these crews will have their own strategies. You can't train one way and then turn up and race a different way, so they'll understand the physiology and what's best suited to them, whether it be about being aggressive early or trying to maybe be a little bit more even throughout the 2,000 metres. So through the 250 metre mark, it is the Hamilton 22 crew. Still a reasonably high stroke rate at the moment. Of course, they will look to just lengthen that out as they start to get through that 500 metre mark. Absolutely idyllic conditions. Warm water. Boats do move faster through the water in warmer water. No real breeze. It's expected to get very warm later on, so hydration will be a big factor throughout the day. A number of these athletes will be in multiple crews, and we'll have a busy schedule over the next 48 hours. And so through 500, it is Hamilton, 22, Eve Singleton, Renee Simon, Olivia Church, Brenna Salmons, Zara Morris. Their coaching staff is Tony Burns and Rachel Brown. Yeah, about a boat length clear. So we will be leaving this B final shortly to pick up the Women's Intermediate Cox 4A final. If you do wish to watch the continuation of this, it will be on Channel 2. So we're going to break out now. So again, you can go to Channel 2 to watch the remainder of this B final. And next up, it will be the Women's Intermediate Cox 4A final. Looking forward to this one because all the big crews are represented. And let's have a look at that draw for this. So it'll be North Shore Rowing Club in 1, Petone Rowing Club in 2, Hamilton Rowing Club in 3, Waikato Rowing Club in 4. So a lovely little local derby there between the two famous Hamilton clubs. Avon out of Christchurch in 5, third of the Hamilton clubs in 6, Hamilton Rowing Club. And then Starboating Club in 7, Petone Rowing Club in lane 8. So keep an eye on lanes 3, 4, 5. With the 3 clubs out of the Waikato region taking up those 4 middle lanes. Boy, wonderful colours, aren't they? Some of the great traditions of New Zealand rowing represented. Great thing with rowing, they haven't necessarily gone out and modernised their race uniforms. They've stuck with the nostalgia, they're stuck with the tradition and the history. You'll see often a lot of the sashes running diagonally across the traditional colours and sometimes the checkers. And there is that crew out of Hamilton of Anna, Anaya Bansell, Morgan Kaywood, Ella Cloak and Corbin Radford, Bride Duncan the Cox. This crew incredibly well coached by Georgia Allen. Of course, they will set their boat up. And we do get underway. So the first of the A finals here at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships powered by Milford is underway. It's a good, clean, even start as well. Across the far side there in lane 2, Petone got away quickly. Grace Broom, Josie Proctor, Lucy Harrison, Annabelle D and Miller Sowerby the Cox. Also lane 4, good start as well. That is the Waikato crew. So it is the Waikato crew at the moment who have probably about a half a canvas lead over the rest of this field. Across there in lane 6, Hamilton 21 of Nadia Turner, Lily Johnson, Eva McGirvin, Taya Mace and Isla Tony the Cox. So Waikato at the moment have decided to take this out quickly, trying to put a little bit of pressure on the rest of the crews here. Maybe just put a little bit of doubt in their head, but you've got to make sure that you don't confuse ability with ambition early. This is a tough sport. As I say, 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth, and it can come apart very quickly. And some of these crews will be quite strategic in the way they approach it. They'll look to negative split that second 1,000 metres. But Really good race beginning to develop, certainly for second, third and fourth at the moment. Across there in lane 3 is the Hamilton 1 crew. Lane 5, it is the Avon crew out of Christchurch. Here in 6, Hamilton 21 crew. But in control, it is the Waikato. It is the Waikato crew. And so through 500 metres they go. And now half a boat length clear, starting to look to extend that lead. Stroke rates have just started to settle down a little bit now, so in a really high aerobic state at the moment. The hurt won't be completely on just yet. And it is the Waikato crew. A crew of Ellie Dean, Pippa Dixon, Francis Casey, Caitlin Berquist, Ella Hansen, the Cox, and they are in control. Starting to approach that 1500 metre mark, and then it is well and truly game on. So big move now, starting to cross here in lane 6. So Hamilton 21 crew, Turner, Johnson, McGurvin, Taya Mason, Isla, Tony, and Tony the Cox now starting to bark the orders out. Now we start to see an increase in the stroke rating coming from this Hamilton 21 crew, looking to try and run down this very, very impressive Waikato 1 crew. Across there in lane 3 as well. We talked about the depth of the Waikato region. It's the Hamilton 1 crew now beginning to make their move as well. So the 2 Hamilton crews looking to chase down the Waikato crew. In fact, that is the 1,000 metre mark there. And just have a look at the form there. Nice and even, nicely balanced. Difficult, like a lot of endurance-based sports, when the hurt is on, the best sign of fatigue is not necessarily looking at facial expressions. We know that sometimes you'll see athletes with their war face on, or sometimes with the guys, I like to affectionately say, their ugly faces on. But always look at the form, look at the head position, look at the shoulders, look at the distance per stroke. There are a lot of little indicators physically that you can pick up to determine whether a crew's struggling or not, or whether an individual's struggling. But certainly at the moment, this Waikato crew looking pretty comfortable. Now, the big challenge comes here in lane 6. Turner, Johnson, McGurvin, Mason, Isla Tony, looking to take it up another gear shortly, looking for a big strong finish. Lane 5, Avon, beginning to also up their tempo, up their rating, but it is still all Waikato at the moment. This women's intermediate coxed for a final. So race starting to now just begin to close up a little bit. Could be in for a fascinating finish, because the Hamilton 21 crew of Nadia Turner, Lily Johnson, Eva McGurvin, Taya Mason, Isla Tony beginning to make their move. And now you just sense maybe just a little bit of fatigue starting to kick into this Waikato crew, folks. And we just now see the bell ball of Hamilton 21 just starting to creep into shot here. What was a boat length is now down to half a boat length. And this is that threshold point in the race where there is absolutely no comeback now. You are locked well and truly in the hurt box. And this is where it just comes down to pure and sheer mental fortitude. But this Waikato crew still in control. It's been a good dominant display from them. Can they hang on? Because here come Hamilton 21, really now just starting to take it up another gear. You can see the increase in stroke rates. Now they'll come down, 250 metres left. And that angle there maybe shows it to be a little bit closer than perhaps it is, but what a dominant performance. Really, really well controlled. Great performance also coming from Ella Hansen, the Cox. Has done a really nice job in terms of just controlling this race, controlling the tempo, talking to her athletes. And they'll come down by the looks of it, Waikato, and win this national title, win this A final. And so it is the Waikato crew who will come down and take this national championship. It'll be Hamilton 21 who will finish in second, and then it will be the Avon crew of Alexandra Hopper Park, Courtney Preble, Francesca Armstrong, their Cox, Annabelle Wynne-Williams, just see the flags there fluttering in the background, so the wind very much favouring the rowers. Just see those flags fluttering, so good fast conditions for our rowers today. It'll be coming a little bit across the shoulder, the right to the left, but predominantly behind the crews. Be interesting to talk to some of the rowers later on with the environmental factors, if there is in fact, with the wind, any particular lane that might be slightly more favourable. So it's a small crowd, but it's starting to build. So just confirming that winner of the Women's Intermediate Cox 4A final. And so congratulations to the Waikato crew, Hamilton 21 in second, and the Avon crew pricking up the bronze medal. Next A final of the day is the Women's Novice Double Scull, so the rising stars, the emerging talent in action here. And there it is, the Star Boating Club will start in 1, Clifton Rowing Club in 2, Twizel Rowing Club in 3, Clifton Rowing Club, second of their crews in 4, Waikato in 5, third of the Clifton Rowing crews will start in 6, and then Aramoho Wanganui Rowing Club will feature in lanes 7 and 8. And we are underway in this Women's Novice Double Sculls final. And again, when you hear the word novice, that suggests that perhaps a little bit of inexperience and therefore pace judgment will be absolutely imperative for these crews. Who goes out too quickly? Who can maintain it? Who can be patient? And sometimes at this level, it's all about patience. Backing your plan, listening to what your coaches have told you. It's a lovely shot there. Again, like all these races through that first 150 metres, a really high stroke rate. As we come back, and I'm not sure that really gives you a genuine sense of just how idyllic and what a lovely day it is here in Karapiro. That looks a little bit dark and overcast, but I can tell you folks, it is very, very warm indeed as we now come across with the drone and pick up what is really just one of the most artistic sports. It is just such a beautiful sport to watch when you've got access to this level of coverage. So looking at those images, hard to pick up, but it certainly does look like it is lane 4 at the moment. Clifton Rowing Club, who might just have the lead early on. Again, you can just see some of these crews maybe just struggling a little bit with their steering, just struggling a little bit to stay straight, particularly out here in lane 8. But it is all lane 4 at the moment. It is Clifton 1. Bella Neal, Isla Robinson, coaches Gus Bergen and Jodie Haskell. They have a commanding lead through that first 250 metres, or through that 500 metre mark, I should say. So a quarter of the way through their journey. And it is the Clifton 1 crew. Second place, lane 5, Waikato 1, of Helena White, Savannah Bork, coached by Angela Bork. And now good move starting to come here from Aramoho Wanganui 2, of Ruby Bullock and Edith Franks. Lane 6 is the Clifton 3 crew of Kate Pease, Hannah Honeyfield. Their coaches are Ghost Bergen and Jodie Haskell. But at the moment it is a one-way demolition for Clifton. Looking really good, really comfortable. So the emerging talent, the youngsters, the novices, for a lot of these crews it'll be about gaining experience. It'll be getting used to the peripheral, going to these big championships and having to deal with expectation, having to deal with the size of the regatta, taking that on board. You know, a number of them will have heart rate monitors and coaches will download that information and look at what peak power is perhaps, or heart rates, and then set their training up accordingly. A lot of these athletes will be simply benchmarking against other crews. So every crew at a novice level will be taking something slightly different out of it. And clearly some novice crews just simply here to win and pick up the medals. And some of these crews might be just a little bit further ahead in regards to their progression as athletes. And so through the 1,000 metre mark we come. And now this is the tough part of the sport. That next 500 metres, this is where concentration becomes imperative. Lose your concentration, you can lose your form, and you can lose a second very quickly. So through the 1,000 metre mark, it is Clifton who lead, Waikato 1 in second place, in a really good battle for third at the moment. But it is lane 6, the second of the Clifton crews, Clifton 3 of Kate Pease and Hannah Honeyfield. So Clifton first and third at the moment. Clifton have the famous Cambridge blue with the white band. Just starting to close it down as the Waikato crew. A little bit more urgency just now starting to come in here. I say this is that threshold where it's all about mental fortitude now. Which team, which pair, which group of athletes is prepared to suffer the most. So certainly the gap is starting to close. So race on a hand here, folks. Don't go away, because it is Waikato now who start to apply the pressure here on Clifton. Lanes 4 and 5. Coming up to that 1,500 metre mark. There is no coming back from this. If you've gone out too hard, you will suffer like you cannot believe. It is an absolutely barbaric sport. But ironically, with a high degree of satisfaction, it actually appeals to a large group of athletes in this country. And I guess the best example of that is the more than 3,000 athletes that take part in the secondary schools Māori Cup, or the Māori Regatta. But Clifton of Bella Neal and Isla Robinson still maintaining that lead. I thought there for a moment that the Waikato crew of Helena White, Savannah Bork might just be closing it down, but they did take it up another gear, but they've sort of had to just pull it back a little bit. Now it's just a case of hanging on. The real race probably for third place at the moment. And that's a very, very good race that is developing. But Twizel across there in lane 3. And then here we've got the Clifton 3 crew in lane 6. Outside there in lane 7, Aramoha Wanganui of Agatha Doggett and Ruby Hoekstra. But Clifton now coming down to less than 100 metres, around the 100 metres to go. And they will come down and they will take this national title in this women's novice double sculls. They've been brilliant all day. The Waikato 1 crew will have to settle for silver. And now really starting to increase their stroke rating across there in lane 3. And that is the Twizel crew of Taylor Marsh and Hazel Mason. Really good fast finish from them. They're looking very comfortable. And they will, by the looks of it, pick up the bronze medal. But it is victory the way of Clifton. Congratulations to that crew of Bella Neal, Isla Robinson. Well done to their coaching staff, Gus Bergen and Jodie Haskell. Waikato the silver, Helena White, Savannah Bork. And then the bronze medal will go the way of the Twizel crew of Taylor Marsh, Hazel Mason. You are watching the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, the Club Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. And this A final is the men's club double sculls. Should be an absolute beauty with Aramoha Wanganui represented, Nelson, Wairau, Clifton, Waikato, another of the Clifton crews, Bay of Plenty, Coast and St George's. And there is the lineup. So the famous yellow and red of Aramoa Wanganui in 1, Nelson in 2, Wairau in 3, Clifton in 4. They're also represented in lane 6. Sitting between both of those crews in lane 5 will be the Waikato Rowing Club, Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club in 7. The St George's Rowing Club will round out our field of 8. Absolutely stunning. What a beautiful part of the world Karapiro is. The home of New Zealand rowing, and really over the last 2 decades, along with Great Britain, arguably the greatest rowing nation on earth. Fantastic Tokyo Olympics, London Olympics, as we get set for a start in this men's club double sculls. So that is the Clifton Rowing Club in lane 4 here as we do get underway. Those wonderful sky blue and white stripes. And look at those images. Wow. Doesn't that just inspire you? And so really good start coming in lane 5 here from the Waikato crew of Jack Henry, Seamus Foley. Cross here in lane 8, the St George's Rowing Club of Logan Turrell, James Dimmick. Also getting away to a very good start, lane 4 as well. Clifton, as we showed at the start, of Luke Brock, Liam Cox. It's a really nice even start through that first 250 metres. And boy, I tell you what, all the crews really applying the pressure, really high stroke rating coming, particularly in lanes 4 and 5. So Clifton and Waikato looking at each other, saying anything you can do, I can do. Let's lock ourselves into this battle. Good start too from Nelson of Jackson Taylor, Sam Johnston in lane 2. Just starting to pull back that stroke rate, the Nelson crew. Lane 4 of Clifton though, continue to put the heat on as they come up to the 500 metre mark, folks. Really good start down here in lane 8 from the St George's crew, as mentioned. So Waikato Rowing Club are the defending champions in this event. And these athletes, they might be talking to each other. They'll know each other pretty well. It's about combinations. And the great thing about the doubles or the team crews is that you've got always someone else to lean on. You've got someone else to share that anxiety with, to maybe just give you that little bit of encouragement. I always think in individual boats or in individual events, it's easy to let yourself down, but in any team event, you never want to let your fellow teammate down. And when everybody's collectively working off that same song sheet, well, then you get excellence, and that's what we are seeing here. So Luke Brock, Liam Cox, lane 4. The Clifton Rowing Club, it's been a good start to the day for them. Still got half a boat length lead over this very good Waikato crew. Let's just see if we can go in close and just have a wee look at the contrasting stroke rates, the contrasting form. And you just look across there, Clifton. Look like they've got this sort of slightly slighter looking crew, but clearly have their boat well set up. And just have a look at the stroke rates. They're fairly even, aren't they? You'd probably have to say that Clifton are rating slightly higher in lane 4 there. But sometimes that can come down to also the height of individual rowers. It can come down to taller. You tend to probably get a slightly lower stroke rate. Smaller, well, you generally tend to get a slightly higher turnover. As we just have a look at the tracker down there at the bottom of the screen. And so around that 1250 metre mark. Really good race for third, and across the far side at the moment it looks like it is the Aramoho Wanganui crew of Lawrence Harkin and Jake Newton, who might just currently be in third place. But who blinks first here? Who's going to have it over the back end? Who's going to have it through that last 500 metres? Great race beginning to develop in this men's club double sculls A final. Now the hurt starts to go on. Boy, nothing in it regards to stroke rates at the moment. Clifton looking to try and just take it up another gear. 1500 metre mark approaches. Settle back, last 500 metres. And now the race for third. It might be there in lane 3. The Wairau crew of Liam Collins, Liam Kirkland. Lane 1. Aramoho Wanganui of Lawrence Harkin, Jake Newton hanging tough. Big now challenge coming here in lane 7. And so the Bay of Plenty Coast crew beginning to make their move. Henry Gavin, Luca Ramersa. But still lane 4. They led from the start. They still continue to lead. Clifton looking for national club glory. But here come the Mulu men in lane 5. They look to try and take it up another gear. Settle back, folks. Here we go. We're in the business end. 250 metres. The moment of truth. It is Clifton who continue to apply the pressure. Half a boat length lead over Waikato, but here come the Mulu men now. Waikato begin to increase their stroke rate. Clifton hanging tough. Luke Brock, Liam Cox. And now what a wonderful battle for third place. Lane 7 here. The Bay of Plenty Coast crew of Henry Gavin, Luca Ramersa make their move. Across there in lane 3, it is the Wairoa crew of Liam Collins, Liam Kirkland. But it will be a wonderful performance from the Clifton crew of Luke Brock, Liam Cox. They will take out this national title narrowly over the Waikato crew of Jack Henry and Seamus Foley. Really good race here on finals day of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. Well, if that is a demonstration and display of what is to come, settle back, folks. It's going to be an exciting 2 days of racing. But what a really good start to the regatta here for the Clifton crews. The sky blue with the white hoop. Congratulations to them. Absolutely dictated terms early. Stuck to their game plan. And I can tell you, folks, over the last 6 months, they've never ever pushed that snooze button. 10 minutes a day, 70 minutes a week. That's the difference between first and second sometimes. We are dealing with such small percentages. And coming up next, the next of our A finals will be the Women's Club Double Sculls. And I tell you what, the rock stars of New Zealand rowing feature in this, and some of the most famous clubs in the sport. Their colours will be well represented. And we will be set for a start in this. So the title holder is the Waikato Rowing Club. And just have a look at the starting line up here. So lane 1, Cambridge Rowing Club. Number 1 crew, Mercer Rowing Club. Number 1 crew in lane 2. Lane 3, it'll be the Twizel Rowing Club. Lane 4, the Auckland Rowing Club. Lane 5, now boy, an emerging power. I've had a wonderful regatta so far. The Dunstan Arm Rowing Club, lane 5. Nelson Rowing Club in 6. Ashburton Rowing Club in 7. And the Might of the Waikato in lane 8. This is the Auckland crew, lane 4. That is Annie Williamson, Rebecca McLaren, their coach, of course, Peter Mills. So that Auckland crew will start in 4. They'll have Twizel on their inside, Dunstan Arm on their outside. And we do get underway. Another of our A finals, Women's Club Double Sculls. Cambridge in 1, Mercer in 2, Twizel in 3, Auckland in 4, Dunstan Arm in 5, Nelson in 6, Ashburton in 7, Waikato in 8. And that is... Well, the rowers don't get to see it. They've got their back to it, and it's probably fortunate. It's a tough enough game psychologically as it is to sort of then have to look at the sheer distance they do have to cover. They'll be breaking this down in 500 metre increments. Might be counting their strokes, but it will become a head game at some point. As I like to say, you can't eat an elephant whole, but you can eat it in small pieces, and that's sometimes the mental fortitude in the game that they do have to play to be able to endure and suffer and hold it together over the back half. It's a nice even start. Lane 6 maybe just struggling a little bit with their line. That is the Nelson crew of Naomi Robertson, Madeline Collis. And then across there in lane 5, the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club of Ruby Smith, Paige Fury. Really good even start as they come up that through that 300 to 400 metre mark now, and it's lane 2, so it's the Mercer Rowing Club of Megan Van Leeuwen and Sasha Robinson who have the early lead. You can throw a blanket over them as they come up to the 500 metre mark. Nothing in this one. Lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, maybe half a canvas in it. So what is the strategy here? How does this play out? Who backs themselves over the back end? Who has the ability to negative split? Which one of these crews has possibly gone out too quickly? As I like to say, maybe confusing ability with ambition. That might be a bit tough at this level because they're all such experienced rowers. They will know exactly the strategy. But folks, settle back. This is going to be an absolute cracker. We have nothing in it. We've got lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 within a bow ball of each other. Lane 2 is Mercer. Lane 3 is Twizel. Lane 4 is Auckland. Dunstan Arm in lane 5. Out here in lane 6 in the blue boat, it's the Nelson crew. Lane 7 in the yellow boat, it is Ashburton. And in lane 8, it is Waikato. Across the far side in the green boat is the Cambridge crew of Tegan O'Dwyer, Peyton Barnard. Now we just start to see Mercer just starting to drop off. So after a very aggressive start, it doesn't look like they can just quite hang with the pace at the moment. And the big move is now coming in lane 5, and that is the Dunstan Arm crew of Ruby Smith, Paige Fury. But just as they begin to increase their stroke rating, a big challenge now comes from Auckland in 4. Twizel respond as well, so it's Twizel, Auckland and Dunstan Arm. Through the 1,000 metres they come. Still nothing in it. Now it's about being controlled. It's about being steady. For a lot of this race, they'll be in what they call a high aerobic state.
Move through the 1K. Just starting to respond now is Auckland. Auckland trying to go with them. And down we come inside the third 500. It is Twizel that's moved first as they come through this marker here. Oh, gold, silver, bronze is now Twizel, Auckland, Dunstan. So the switch has happened here in the third 500. We've gone from Auckland to Twizel, and Dunstan still sitting in bronze with Nelson fast approaching and Mercer also in with a hunt. There is overlap with those 5 boats at the moment. Twizel, Auckland, Dunstan, Mercer and Nelson. Going after Nelson is Ashburton, Rosa and Sophie. They are also trying to pull up on this Nelson crew. Nelson pulling up on Dunstan. The biggest margin, oh, this is going to be an amazing finish as we come to the 500. The biggest margin we've got is probably between gold, silver, bronze. It's half a canvas. They can't stay like this, surely, as they come through the 500. This is going to be the tightest finish if it stays like this. It's Twizel sitting in gold as we come to the 500. Let's watch them go through this time. Now Twizel, Auckland, Dunstan, Nelson. Then we go down to Mercer, then we come out to Ashburton and back into Cambridge and out to Waikato. That's how they come through the last 500 in the Women's Club Double Sculls A final. And it is Auckland now chasing Twizel. Auckland have gone down to just under half a canvas. Twizel is sitting in the gold medal position here. They've just picked up a bronze in another event earlier today, but Twizel is currently sitting in a gold medal position in the Women's Club Double Scull. Can they pull it off? This must be a heat wave for them up here. So they're racing in pretty hot conditions here compared to what they get down there, but they've gone out to half a length, so it's Twizel with the biggest move. Twizel coming down to the 250, sitting in the gold medal. Auckland is sitting in silver, and only just a Dunstan Arm in the bronze, but here comes the outside. Here comes Ashburton. Ashburton are trying to overtake Dunstan. They're going after the bronze medal. It is Ashburton who may go through, and it's level pegging with Dunstan and Ashburton for the bronze. Twizel in gold, Auckland Auckland and silver. And it's Ashburton and Dunstan fighting it out for the bronze, with Mercer also trying to get into the money here. Down we come towards the finish. There is a 3-horse race for the bronze medal in the women's club double. Who's going to pick up the bronze? It is Twizel. Twizel's gone out to 3/4 of a length for the gold medal. They're going to take the New Zealand nationals here in the women's club double. Silver sitting with Auckland, but it's Ashburton. Ashburton are going after Auckland. Oh, we're going to have to watch the finish here. This is going to be super tight for gold. Gold is going to go to Twizel. Silver's either Auckland or Ashburton at the moment. Watch them as they come across the line. Oh, it's going to be super close. It's going to be 4 and then possibly 7. Oh, I don't know if Dunstan got 4th there. That was super tight on the finish. Oh, why did you do that to me? Congratulations, Sadie and Kiara, New Zealand champions in the women's club double. What a superb race from those ladies. And then we're looking for silver and bronze, because you guys might have seen it a little bit closer down there than I did, but my God, that was tight on the finish there for the silver and bronze in the women's club double. What a superb performance that was from Auckland, Dunstan and Ashburton, scrapping it out for silver and bronze. I sounded like a choked parrot at the end there, but that was pretty cool as we came down to the finish. sorry for the break there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go out onto the course. After that amazing final, the Women's Club Double, we can confirm that Twizel are our New Zealand champions, 7.28 in the Women's Club Double. Silver goes to Auckland, and then the bronze was 0.23 back to Ashburton with Dunstan in fourth. Right, men's senior Coxless 4. Wow, look at this race. What a cracker here with lanes 4 and 5. Or is it 3 and 4? Hang on, we've got Cure there. Yeah, lanes 4 and 5, Avon 2, Avon 1. Oh, this is a great race here. So lane number 4 just in front. It's Avon 2 in front of Avon 1. Is that going to last? So the Avon 2 crew is Sam Wilson, Cody Johnson, Henry Kirk and Fred Vavasaur. And then we go back to, so Fred is in the stroke seat there. He picked up an incredible medal in the pair yesterday. Avon 1 is Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Sam Woodgate, Fergus Johnston. And both these crews coached by David and Sophie, David Lindstrom and Sophie Strawn. So it's only half a canvas to Avon 2 with Fred stroking the boat, Henry in behind him. And then Cody in 2 and Sam in bow. So it's Avon number 2 over Avon 1, and then Avon 3 sitting in the bronze. Are they going to pick up a gold, silver, bronze here in the men's senior Coxless 4? This could be incredible as we come down towards the last 500 of the men's senior 4. And it looks like this is a break for the gold medal here with Avon number 2. So stroked by Fred, who did an incredible job in that pair yesterday. Henry Kirk, Cody Johnson and Sam Wilson. They are ranked as the second Avon crew. Are they going to pull out a gold medal here over their number 1 crew? So Fred was in the men's under 22 pair with Ollie Welch that won yesterday at 12.05. And he could be on his way to another gold medal here in the men's senior 4. Let's see how this plays out, because they've gone out to 3/4 of a length. Then we've got Avon number 1 in the silver, and then Avon at number 3 in the bronze. This could be a great result here for the men's senior 4 as we come down to the 250. Oh, they've gone out to clear water. So Fred and Henry have taken the rating up in the stern pair of that Avon number 2 crew, and they've blitzed out ahead of the Avon number 1 crew, and then Avon 3 is sitting in the bronze. This could be a trifecta for Avon Rowing Club as we come down towards the finish. I don't know who the coaches are cheering for, because they're going to get gold, silver and bronze on the dais at the moment. Down we come, and it's Avon number 2. It is going to be Fred Vavasaur, Henry Kirk, Cody Johnson, Sam Wilson. They are going to take out the men's senior 4 ahead of Avon number 1, and then we go back to Avon number 3. Down we come inside the last 100. Fred takes it up again. He's on his way to the gold medal for the second time in 24 hours, and he's going to pick up the men's senior 4. Then we go to Avon 1, and we go back to Avon 3. They will all take the dais here in the men's senior 4. Well done, Avon Rowing Club. Tremendous performance in the men's senior 4. Well done, guys. Great job. Silver to Avon 1 and bronze to Avon 3. Can't see a medal ceremony starting yet, so we'll go to the roll call of the Women's Senior 4. This is the A final going into the blocks now. North Shore Rowing Club number 2 are in lane 1. North Shore number 1 are in lane 2. Waikato number 1 in lane 3. Avon number 2 in lane 4. Avon 1 in lane 5. Avon 3 in lane 6. Waikato 2 in lane 7. And Waikato 3 in lane 8. What you're seeing on your screen there is Katie Bell, Aria O'Sullivan, Claudia Kinder and Holly Lill. I believe that's Avon 2 that you were just seeing there on the screen. Getting ready to blast out of the blocks here in the Women's Senior 4. These women won't know, of course, that they've just done the trifecta for Avon Rowing Club in the Men's Senior 4. Let's see if Avon get on the dice. I'd say they will. Just what colour they're going to get remains to be seen. Moving out now to the final of the Women's Senior Coxless 4. They are well underway. It looks like lane 5 over lane 4, so that's Avon. Oh, goodness me, not again. We've got a gold, silver, bronze heading our way again for Avon at the moment. This is the Women's Senior 4. It is Avon 1 who have got just over a length clear of Avon 2 who have got 3/4 of a length over Avon 3. That's gold, silver, bronze currently in the Women's Senior 4. They are not yet at the 1K mark and only half a length back fighting for bronze is Waikato number 1 in lane 3. Then we go back to lane number 8, that's Waikato 3. Back down to North Shore number 1 and then out to Waikato 2. Right, back out at the front of the field. On the screen now you can see 3 red boats. It is Avon 1 over Avon 2 over Avon 3 and then fighting for a medal at the moment is Waikato. Waikato sitting in that 4th place by half a length back on Avon 3 as we come down to the 1K. You are looking at lane number 5 at the moment. There's a tandem rig boat from Avon number 1. We have Mania Butler, Hannah Matahari, Phoebe Collier and Gemma Burrows and Gosh, that looks tidy, doesn't it? They look fantastic as they come through that 1K. Brilliantly coached there by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barracliff. Avon number 1 go through with a length and a quarter over Avon 2, who have got just on a length over Avon 3. Back 3/4 of a length to Waikato sitting in 4th. Then out to Waikato number 2 sitting in 5th. And this is how they are coming into the third 500. Are we going to see another trifecta for Avon here as we come down in the women's senior 4? These women won't know that they picked up gold, silver and bronze in the men's 4. Is this going to be a trifecta for the women's senior 4? How is this going to play out? The only ones who are going to upset it are Waikato, with some rather dodgy steering over there in lane number 7, I have to say. Out here you're looking at Gemma Burrows. She is bringing the girls home. Phoebe Collier. Then we have Hannah Matahari and Mania Butler. These ladies doing a beautiful job here in the tandem rig boat with lane 5 on their bow. Down they go. They've pushed way out here. They've gone out to nearly 2 lengths. Avon number 1 in the women's 4. They are looking very strong here. Avon number 2 have now pushed out on their number 3 crew. They've gone to Clearwater too. So I would say, I don't want to jinx them, but I would say at the moment that we have a gold and silver sorted here. They just have to hang on. The only challenge is going to come to Avon 3 from Waikato number 1 in lane 3. They are still 3/4 of a length down on Avon number 3. Avon 3 need to push clear of this crew. Jenna Lee Marcraft, Tessa White Parsons, Erin Ticklepenny and Brooke Pitchford, because those ladies, you can see them in the background there. Here comes Waikato. They're approaching on lane number 6. Avon number 3 just looked out of the boat. They looked over at Waikato and the 2-seat called something in that Waikato, in that Avon crew in lane 6. Avon 3's 2-seat just called something on Waikato and said, we got to go now. If we want this trifecta, we need to move. Here comes Avon number 1, past Rowing New Zealand in the women's senior 4. They are looking very dominant on beautiful conditions here at Lake Karapiro. Silver is still sitting with Avon number 2 and the bronze is with Avon 3, and it's a valiant effort from Waikato. I don't know if they're going to catch them as they come to the 250. I don't know if they're going to have enough time to pull them in. Waikato's going to have one hell of a sprint as they come to the line. As they come to the 250 line, I should say. And it is Avon number 1. They're going to go through in gold. Oh, Avon number 3's pushed out on Waikato. They're actually catching their number 2 crew. Avon 3 has gone after their number 2 crew. They've got overlap as they come through the 250. Waikato's back a bit now. And it is Avon 1, Avon 2, Avon 3, and then Waikato number 1. This could be a back-to-back for Avon in the women's and men's senior 4. Avon number 1 are going to be the New Zealand champions here at Lake Karapiro. You've got Gemma Burrows, Phoebe Collier, Hannah Matahari and Mania Butler. They are coming down now to the 100. Through they go now. Then you've got Avon number 2 now through the 100. Let's watch for bronze. Who's going to go through in third? It's Avon 3. Avon 3 are in the bronze medal. As we come down to the line, there's the Avon supporters on the bank. They are going to be the New Zealand champions in the women's senior 4. Congratulations, ladies. Avon 1 are the New Zealand champions. Well done. Then we go to Avon 2, and Avon 3 are taking out the trifecta once again in the women's senior 4 and the men's senior 4. Well done. Wow, what a phenomenal back-to-back there for Avon Rowing Club. Lots of celebrations for them tonight. Well done to Avon Rowing Club. Phenomenal performance there in the men's and women's senior fours. What do we got here? Men's novice 8. 4 crews: Hawke's Bay Rowing Club, Auckland Rowing Club, Oamaru Composite with Petone, and Waikato Rowing Club. 4 crews in the men's novice Cox State. Good luck there at Waikato. We're underway now in the men's novice Cox State A final. We have 4 crews racing. Hawke's Bay are down in lane number 3. Auckland number 1 out of Sacred Heart in lane 4. Oamaru Composite with Petone in 5. And Waikato number 1, the boys from Hamilton Boys High School in lane 6. Early days, not quite at the 250 yet. And it's Hamilton Boys High School already out to half a length at the 250. Rumping, Mariko, Evan, Hudson, Nicholas, Jaden, Cooper, and Halo. Great name for the Coxton, Halo Paraha Senior. And Scott Brownlee, Robin Clark coaching this crew. They've gone out to 3/4 of a length here already in the men's novice 8. Sitting in second is Auckland, and very level pegging for third between between Oamaru Composite with Petone and Hawke's Bay. Back to the novice 8 here. Phenomenal performance so far as we come through the 1,000 metre mark from Hamilton Boys High School. Hamilton Boys have gone out to a length and a quarter here over Auckland Rowing Club. The Sacred Heart Boys, they would have a canvas over the Oamaru Composite with Petone. Then we go back down on the inside to Hawke's Bay, sitting currently in the 4th position in the men's novice 8. Hamilton Boys High School, clear water advantage here in the men's novice 8 as we come inside the third 500. Sitting in that, so Oamaru pushing for silver now. Oamaru Petone pushing out for the silver medal here in the men's novice 8. Auckland having to do some big powerful strokes to get that bell ball back in front. Down inside the third 500 come these big 8s, and it is Hamilton Boys High School in the Waikato colours. They've gone out to a length and a half now over this race for silver and bronze between Auckland and the Oamaru Composite with Petone. These two crews coming through together. Oh, it's Oamaru Petone sitting in the silver. They've just gone into the silver medal position here in the men's novice 8, just ahead of Auckland. Auckland fighting hard to stay with them. The coxswain in the Auckland boat is working hard, Ben Baker. Down we come inside this third 500, heading towards the last 500 metre mark, and it is Waikato Rowing Club rowing away with it here. Conventional rigging there inside that novice 8. And a great job here from Waikato. Halo, the coxswain, doing a good job here, nice and calm. He doesn't look erratic. He's got a length and a half as they come past Flynn Cove, heading down towards Rowing New Zealand in the 500 metre mark. Going through this time. Now goes through Waikato. They are sitting in the gold medal position. Silver is sitting with Oamaru Petone, and it's only probably just over a bell ball ahead of Auckland for silver and bronze. Men's novice 8 coming down to its conclusion, and it's Oamaru Composite sitting in that silver medal at the moment. Oh, there's a big scrap coming from Auckland. There's going to be a sprint coming down to the 250 for silver. Waikato Rowing Club are rowing away with the gold medal. Past Rowing New Zealand we come. Hamilton Boys are going to pick up a gold medal here, and a good response from Oamaru. Oamaru and Petone have fought back on Auckland. They've gone out now to a full canvas, a massive margin for the silver medal. They've gone out to a canvas as we come to the 250 this time. Now goes Waikato, they're through. They've got a length and a half. Let's watch the silver as it comes through this time. Now. That's the silver. Now. So it's Oamaru Petone over Auckland. Down they come towards the finish. Who's going to pick up the silver medal? That's where the fight is. Waikato have got the gold. Down they come in the men's novice 8, 130 to travel, and we're watching Auckland are coming back. They've come back to just on under a bell ball behind Oamaru. Down we come, Oamaru Petone fighting it out for the silver. Here comes Auckland. It's going to be on the line. Who's going to get the silver medal? Waikato are going to pick up the gold in the men's novice 8. Congratulations to Waikato and Hamilton Boys. Watch the finish line for the silver medal. Oh, Auckland are going through them. It's really close on the line. Watch these bell balls. Who's going to get the silver medal? Who's going to get it? It's Oamaru Petone, silver. Auckland, bronze. That's the men's novice 8 as they come across the line. Phenomenal racing in this event, and well done Hawke's Bay coming through, not far behind them in the A final. B final coming down now of the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. We've got Hawke's Bay number 1 in lane 2, Tauranga Boys College in 3, Star in number 4, Twizel in number 5, and lane number 7 is Waikato 12. And bringing home the B final is the Star Boys, Luke, Otis, Cade and Finn, with Mackenzie Tuffin coxing. And Mackenzie, as we know, is a great sculler and has been in some great races this week as well, including some finals. The A final is now on the way. They have gone through the 250 already, and it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, lanes 6 and 7 at the moment. So early bolters in the men's intermediate Cox Quad, West End and Waikato. Out in front of us on the course here, you may not be able to see at home, is the B final coming through with about 190 metres left to travel, and it is Star over Twizel, and then back into third place in the B final is the crew, where are they, is the B final from Tauranga Boys College. So coming home first is Star, then Twizel, then Tauranga Boys in the men's intermediate Cox Quad. On the screen at the moment is the A final, the men's intermediate Cox Quad. They're coming through the 500 now, and it is lane number 7 who have gone out fast. It's Waikato 11, so it's James, Cameron, Arden and Kenai with Caleb Morris. These are the boys from St John's, coached by Ella Hansen and Kylie Coolboy. They've come out first in the A final of the men's intermediate Cox Quad. They've gone through the 500. They're into the second 500 now. Chasing them hard is West End and a North Shore composite with West End as well. And then down to Avon as well as Waikato number 1. So that was Waikato 11. So that's the school crew there. Waikato 1 is the club crew down in lane number 3. Keep an eye on them. They may be pushing up as we come down to the 1K. Pushing up on Waikato now is those 2 crews just inside of them. That's West End number 1, and right beside them the North Shore composite with West End as well. So that's your gold, silver, bronze at the moment, with Waikato number 1 also in the hunt in lane 3. That crew is Richard, Lockie, Alex, Caleb and Cameron Natter, the coxswain, coached by Ben Tyson. So just starting to see a big push from Waikato number 1, pretty sedate through that first 500. They're going to have to step on the gas if they want to stay with Waikato 11. Right, down through the 1K we come, watching closely. It's Waikato, the schoolboys. Great result here, Kylie. I hope they can hang on there. Then we come back down just inside of them. It's West End. Then we go down to Waikato number 1. That's your gold, silver, bronze, with Avon chasing hard, as well as the North Shore composite with West End. This is the men's intermediate Cox Quad A final, and it's the schoolboys who have done a bolter out here in lane number 7. Can they hang on? Because West End are chasing hard in this third 500. Then we come down to the North Shore composite with West End, and also Waikato 1 and Avon not out of it either.
Thank you, Kirsty. So we've got the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls here. They are just approaching the 1500 metre mark. In lane 1, we've got Hamilton 1, going pretty well actually. Wellington 1, in lane 2, Waikato. In lane 3, going well here. Waikato's got a bit of momentum there. Avon in lane 4, also travelling well. Then lane 5 is a North Shore composite. They're just sitting in front of the umpire boat. At West End 1, then out to Waikato 11, and then Bay of Plenty Coast number 1 crew. So home is in sight, medals are at stake, and who's going to do who in what zoo here? Well, goodness me, everybody's raising their rating as far as I can see. Waikato 11 out in lane 7, travelling extremely well. West End going well, as is North Shore Composite. I'm pretty impressed with Waikato 1 in lane 3. Avon just dropping back, but just looking at some of their performances, they might be lulled into a state of confusion here. They're out there to surprise. The Waikato crew out in lane 7, really motoring, pulling everybody with them. Who's got the most in the tank? And don't forget Hamilton in lane 1. They could just sneak up there. But it's the Waikato crew in lane 3. They're traveling really well. North Shore Composite battling here. Have they got enough in the juice in the tank? But it's the Waikato crew out in lane 7, really building on the momentum here, pushing. Have they got enough to keep them going? And then we've got West End next to them. They're coming too. Bay of Plenty coming as well. Goodness me, and we've got a crowd truly in behind everyone here. Waikato in lane 3, just drop back here. Can they keep it going? Well, it's West End in lane 6. It's West End in lane 6. West End all the way here. West End and North Shore on their shoulder. West End, North Shore. Oh, and I think Bay of Plenty coast. We'll have to wait for just the final results on that. What a race. Goodness me. It is quite spectacular out there today, just walking around, hearing everybody, the atmosphere, medals at stake. Very, very special here. Well done. Let's just see when those results come up. They might take a wee while because it was a very, very tight race. Right, we've got the Women's Premier Single Sculls here. This race is going to be an absolute cracker. They are just lining up in lane 1. We have Avon 3, Laura Glenn. In lane 2, Waikato 2, Katie Lush, coached by Richard Tonks. In lane 3, Auckland 1, Charlotte Spence, coached by Peter Mills. In lane 4, Hawke's Bay, Emma Twigg. Lane 5, Jackie Kiddle. Lane 6, Canterbury 1, Lucy Spores. In lane 7, North Shore, Holly Gray. And in lane 8, Waikato 1, Sarah Wooten, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. Camera's just focusing in on Jackie Kiddle here. They're looking poised. Every 5, they're off. And Jackie gets away in a good start. She knows which way's up, that's for sure. And Right, now we've got a side view from the drones. So lane 8, Sarah Wooten, just trailing those early leaders. And of course, as we thought, Emma Twigg in lane 4 just got her nose out in front. They're going at a cracking pace here, just getting, now goodness me, Charlotte Spence toe-to-toe with Emma Twigg. Charlotte, who's come back after over a year away from the sport. Lovely to see her doing so well. Goodness me, what a phenomenal shot I've got here. Just coming up to, I presume that's the 250. Emma still there, but neck and neck. We've got Waikato, we've got Auckland, we've got Star Boating Club, Canterbury, and North Shore. So it's the bookends, Avon and Waikato just drop back at this stage with Emma leading the charge. Waikato, Katie Lush just pushing up there. She's doing a seesaw, bar ball to bar ball with Charlotte Spence, but they're all doing that. We've got Star Boating Club and Canterbury all doing a seesaw while Emma just manages to increase her distance between the rest of the field. Now what you've got is Canterbury Lucy Spores. She's just coming up. She's making a move now. Lucy Spores trying to overlap with Emma Twigg, coming through the 500 metre mark. And Star Boating Club, Jackie Kiddle going with them. Charlotte Spence going with them. Katie Lush going with them. Charlotte Spence dropped just a little bit, but a little bit in rowing is a lot. Goodness me, we've got Lucy Spores. Lucy Spores is sitting in second, just as we come up to Flynn Cove. Star Boating Club's Jackie Kiddle going well. Charlotte Spence just dropped back. Katie Lush going well. Our bookends just finding the pace just a little hot to handle, and when you've got the current Olympic gold medal holder in the race, man, it is a too hot to handle race. Lucy Spores just trying to catch up to Emma. Emma looks in her groove, just knows what she's doing. She is a joy to behold, watching her do her craft on the water. Just extraordinary, pushing away. But Lucy's coming thick and fast, as is Jackie Kiddle. Those are the three that are in medal contention at the moment. Katie Lush from Waikato trying to keep in there, and I can't see the rest in my camera at the moment. But Katie Lush going really well here. Now let's just look down the water, see what's happening. Yeah, it is fairly conclusive. It's Emma, Lucy Spores, Jackie Kiddle, and Katie Lush from the Waikato. Then back to Charlotte Spence. Then out to Avon, Laura's Glen, and then back to North Shore and Waikato. So Emma just got her nose out in front. She won't relinquish that. But Lucy Spores is going to make it hard work for her. Emma making it look like a stroll in the park. I am amazed just how easy. It's like sitting doing your knitting. She's just extraordinary. Makes it look so effortless. Lucy Spores coming up here. She's got there maybe a couple of seats apart. Maybe a little bit more actually. But Lucy trying to get there. And Jackie Kiddle making it hard work for Lucy. But these are our three out in front here. There is clear water between them and the rest of the field, unless anybody's got something in their tank that I don't know about. Katie Lush sitting in a comfortable fourth, but Lucy and Jackie Kiddle in touch with one another. Jackie's just in touch with Lucy Spores, but Lucy's not quite in touch with Emma. Coming down the water here is a fast pace. Still Emma Twigg, still Jackie Kiddle, still Lucy Spores. They're coming up to the 1500 metre mark. They'll be hurting now. Goodness me, they'll be hurting. It's a long way to go in a single scull on your own, but these athletes, you are watching elite athletes here at their absolute prime. Emma will be representing us at the Olympics and defending her crown. Good to see her going so well on this water. But Lucy Spores is catching her. Will she catch her? I don't know, but she's going to give her a run for her money. And Jackie Kittle just trailing that 3 at the moment. Will she have enough? I'm not entirely sure. So Lucy going incredibly well here. And she's giving Emma a bit of a run for her money. Jackie going well. She is fixed in the bronze position. And then we go back to the rest of the field. We've got Avon's Laura Glenn, Waikato's Katie Lush, Charlotte Spence from Auckland in lane 3. Then we've got Emma Twigg leading the charge home in lane 4. Jackie Kittle from Star Boating Club, very much in the bronze position. Lucy Spores going at a cracking pace here. Is she going to catch Emma? I doubt it, but she's certainly making a phenomenal fist of it. And then we've got North Shore's Holly Gray, just sitting a little bit back, and Waikato's Sarah Wooten travelling well, but out of the medals. But it's Lucy and Emma. Goodness me, that distance looks close, but I think Emma will hold off. And I don't think Jackie will come up to Lucy. And Emma now knows she's got less than 100 metres to go. Really going. I love that. Come on, Twiggy. Beautiful sculling. And we are so privileged to watch her. I think we just don't know how lucky we are. And then Lucy Spores. You're nearly there, Lucy. Lucy takes silver. Jackie will take the bronze medal. Charlotte Spence going really well here. She will take 4th. Amazing. Just coming back. She's been back about 3 months. Then we come into Laura Glenn. Then Katie Lush. Then over to Sarah Wooten and back to Holly Gray. Some great racing there. Thank you. And I'll pass back to Kirsty for the men's single.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've just seen that presentation of the women's senior four, but we have a big race on the course at the moment. The men's Premier Single Sculls A final is on the track. Lane number 1 is Jamie Hindle-Daniels from Wellington. Lane number 2 is Jordan Parry from Tauranga. Lane number 3 is Matthew Dunham from Cambridge. Lane 4 is Robbie Manson from Waikato. Lane 5 is Tom McIntosh from Hawke's Bay, our current leader. Lane 6 is Ben Mason from Avon. Lane 7 is James Scott from Tauranga 2. And lane 8 is Jack Reddy from Auckland Grammar number 1. As we come down towards the 500, it's Tom McIntosh, our bronze medalist from the World Championship single sculls that lit the world on fire. He's got a lot of people talking about this young man and what a single sculler he is. Just in front of you, let's give these guys a bit of support as they come down to the finish. There's only 2 scullers in the B final, the Prem single, but it's Ollie Stevens. Ollie Stevens with 80 metres left to go over Tristan Gregory Hunt. So let's give them a bit of support. Awesome that they've shown up and raced this B final. So well done, Ollie and Tristan. Great effort there as he comes down to the line. Ollie Stevens will take out the B final of the men's Prem single. Back out on the course, we are watching the A final of the men's Prem single sculls. This is packed full of international talent and none other than Thomas McIntosh. Tom McIntosh out there in lane number 5 representing Hawke's Bay. He is a medalist in the men's single at the World Championships, and I'm sure has been named for the World Cups, but I'm sure he is one to watch in Paris in a few months' time. And if I get into trouble for saying that, I apologise, but I'm backing him. He's gonna be amazing. This is a great effort from Ben Mason. Ben Mason taking on Robbie Manson here for silver and bronze. These two sitting in the silver and bronze medal position in the men's Prem single scull. It is Ben just with a bow ball over Robbie Manson, but Robbie just starting to go through Ben now as we come inside that second 500. Great photo opportunities coming from Avon there down at the dais as they look to spray paint the trophy. This is great. Okay, out to the men's Prem single. Down we come. Thomas McIntosh has pushed away. He is in the gold medal position, a length and a half in front of Robbie Manson sitting in silver. Sitting in the bronze medal position as they come to the 1K is Ben Mason from Avon. Tom McIntosh coming through the 1K. Here he comes through now. So he goes through now. Silver is going to be with Robbie Manson now and Ben now. Ben Mason. Then we come down inside to the lightweight Matthew Dunham. Inside of him is Jordan Parry, who's been named as Robbie Manson's partner in the men's double to go to Europe. So he is sitting in 5th at the moment. 4th is Matt Dunham and 3rd is Ben Mason out of Avon down there in lane number 6. So gold, silver, bronze is Hawke's Bay, Waikato and Avon. Tom McIntosh back to Robbie Manson, back to Ben Mason, who is about half to 3/4 of a length behind Robbie Manson. Just keeping an eye on Jordan Parry, and right down there, Jack Reddy doing some big strokes with the Auckland Grammar colours out in lane number 8. This is lane 5, Tom McIntosh that we're seeing on the screen now representing Hawke's Bay. Inside that third 500, he's got nearly 2 lengths on Robbie Manson, who's now got a length and a quarter over Ben Mason. But Ben Mason under threat now from Matt Dunham. Matt Dunham just looks across at Ben Mason. Lane 3 eyeing up lane 6. That's the race for bronze. And going with him is Jordan Parry. Jordan Parry's got overlap on Matt Dunham. Oh, that lightweight race is, that lightweight sprint from Matt Dunham is formidable. Here comes the lightweight. Oh, he just keeps looking across. I'm going to clock a rating watch on Matt Dunham because his rating has gone right through the roof as he tries to pick up Ben Mason. Ben's going to have to put in some big strokes because Matt Dunham is right up in the high 30s, just clocking him on 38.5 in the single. Down we come towards the 500. It's Tom McIntosh leading them home. Robbie Manson clearly in that silver medal position, but Ben Mason under threat for the bronze from Matt Dunham. Matt Dunham is looking for that bronze medal, and just half, 3/4 of a length behind him is Jordan Parry. Through we go, now and now. Oh, Ben Mason under threat from Matt Dunham for the bronze medal. Tom McIntosh is sitting in the lead here in the men's Prem single. This is world-class rowing. Keep an eye on this. Any opportunity you get to see. We just saw Emma Twigg. She came through in the women's Prem single, and this could be pretty awesome for Hawke's Bay. Emma Twigg won the Women's Prem single for Hawke's Bay, and we're about to see Tom McIntosh do the same thing for Hawke's Bay here on Lake Karapiro at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. Oh, Matt Dunham's gone through Ben Mason. Matt Dunham is now sitting in the third position for the bronze men's Prem single down to the 250. T-Mac is going through. Not yet, this time. Now he goes through. Now Robbie Manson coming down, nearly 2 lengths back. Now Matt Dunham has gone through. Ben Mason, he goes through now. Ben now and John Jordan now. So Matt Dunham is in the bronze medal position on 38.5 as we come down towards the 100. Tom McIntosh is going to take out the men's Prem single at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships. This is world-class rowing, ladies and gentlemen. We have got members of the men's double racing here, lightweight and men's Prem single. And Tom McIntosh was a medalist at the World Championships in the single last year, so this is truly world-class rowing coming to the line. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to the finish. Tom McIntosh is our champion. He's going to take out the men's Prem single. Silver is going to go to Robbie Manson, and the bronze will go to Matt Dunham from Cambridge. Congratulations, Tom. Well done. Back to Robbie for silver. Matt Dunham picks up the bronze. Then we go to Jordan Parry and out to Ben Mason.
dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced, and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
underway now. We have raced 298 on your program. It's the Women's Novice Cox 4 B final. X2. Excuse me, sorry, I've just had a sneezing fit. Now this is very kindly sponsored by Kaz Design. Kaz Design have been with us for a long time. And Kaz is the website branding and marketing agency with cutting edge and innovative creatives, working with businesses throughout Waikato and beyond. They build simply beautiful websites that you're in control of. The Kaz crew will show you how. If you'd like to catch up with the Kaz crew, visit www.kaz, that's kaz.co.nz. So on the water now, we've got 8 boats in lane 1, Hamilton 21 in lane 2, Whangarei 1 in lane 3, Petone 1 in lane 4, Hawke's Bay 1 in lane 5, North Shore 1, lane 6, Porirua 1 in lane 7, Whangarei 2, and in lane 8, Star Boating Club 1. It's the Hawke's Bay crew of Tilly Roderick, Tasha Hudson, Lani Daly, Rosa Griffiths and Madison Bartlett is the Cox, coached by Heidi Oliver and Jerry Steenkammer, and they are leading the charge home at the moment. And the A final are just getting into the blocks. So this is the B final of the Women's Novice Cox 4. And goodness me, Hawke's Bay really have a lead on this race. Hamilton, we've got Hannah Middleton, Kailana Lee, Holly Kitching, Bella Anir. Elsa Bradsma is the Cox, coached by Rachel Brown and Megan Giles. In lane 2, Whangarei, Chloe Palmer, Imogen Parker, Ruby Stonick, Sina Cook, Brooke McCasey is the Cox, coached by Chris Williams and Isabella Hunter-Willits. Lane 3, Petone 1, Ava Broom, Lottie Upton, Georgia Beeling, Annie O'Sullivan, and George D is the Cox, coached by Fiona Burney. Lane 5, North Shore, Leah Chapman, Lily Dwyer, Izzy Carmen, Georgia Thorpe and Lily Richardson is Cox, coached by Chris Brake. In lane 6, Porirua 1, Mia Bevan, Amelia Amelie Flowers, Jessica Kay, Zoe Collins, Hamish Brown is the Cox, coached by Nick Tier. And Jonathan Debbage. In lane 7, Whangarei 2, Indy Henry, Arabella Monteith, Pippa Ryder, Sienna Southall, Sophie Payton is the Cox, coached by Chris Williams and Maya Harold. And in lane 8, our Wellington crew, Star Boating Club 1, Pyrenees Snelling, Michaela Williams, Octavia Snelling, Isabel Diggle and Salima Smith is the Cox, coached by Bernie Fisher and Awatia Wallace. And just getting ready to push off the last of the boats. Ooh. I don't know why. Yeah, one of the races was getting ahead of themselves. So just getting the line up for the women's A final, and we might cut to that. But let's give these girls a good run for their money as they are approaching the 1500 metre mark. Hamilton 21 just sitting too far back here, I think, to make a big nudge on the water here. And the A final is off. And just so that you know, it's a Cambridge boat in the women's Novice Cox 4 A final. It's the Cambridge boat in lane 4, that's got their nose out well and truly in front. Probably a couple of seats, and just building on that as they are building for the first 250. Cambridge 2 going well with them. And Nelson really working it there. Just coming up to the 250. This is the A final. And the A final is definitely Cambridge. Cambridge maintaining their lead over Oamaru. Let's just come back to our B final here. Hamilton just sitting back there. Whangarei going well. Petone travelling well, but still leading the charge home is the Hawke's Bay crew. But Petone really working their way into this race, making their mark felt, along with Whangarei. It's lanes 2, 3, and 4. They're leading the charge home in this B final. Just popping back to the A final here. Oamaru are building on the Cambridge crew. They're coming up to the 500-meter mark, and Oamaru have taken some of the length away from Cambridge. They are working very, very hard here. Just coming back to the B final. We're through, well, some of us are through the 1750 mark. It's the Hawke's Bay crew still leading the charge home. Porirua, very distinctive Porirua. Still there. North Shore trying to get back in there. Whangarei, they've got a bit of momentum. Remember, this is novice Cox 4. So when they come under pressure, sometimes that's when accidents can happen. You know, they'll catch a crab. So steady as they go. Hopefully Hawke's Bay will just stick to their knitting, know what they're doing, keep to their craft. Petone coming up there. I don't think they're going to get there. They're going to run out of runway. And Whangarei is going to probably take third, so it's going to be Hawke's Bay, Petone, and Whangarei in the women's B final. Now let's get back to the A final of the women's novice Cox 4. Lane 1, Oamaru 2. Just off the pace here, but they did well to get into an A final. In lane 2, we've got Aramaho Wanganui. They're in with a chance here. They're going to have to work it, but they're in with a chance there. Goodness me, I think I'm going to sneeze again. Sorry. Oamaru 1 is leading the charge home. Cambridge going well there. Just approaching the 1,000-meter mark. It is Cambridge is leading the charge home. Oamaru has dropped back. Oamaru 1 has dropped back to Cambridge. Then we've got Cambridge 2 and going really hard here and trying to make up ground is Avon. Sitting next to Avon, we've got Nelson and then Waikato. So they're all through the 1K mark. Another K to go. Avon Cruise moving up there in lane 6. Not much between them when you look down the water. Lane 3. Lane 4. Lane 5 and lane 6 and lane 7. This is where the racing is coming under pressure here. Avon working their way up. Aramaho Wanganui trying to stay in this race, but dropping back a little bit, as is Nelson. It's Oamaru, Cambridge. And Avon with Nelson really trying hard here now. They're just coming through the 1,500 meter mark. It's all to play for here. People who are looking for gold, silver and bronze. On the water now for the women's novice coxed 4, kindly sponsored by Kaz Design. And that's Kaz Design, Brand and Web. Who's who? What's happening out here is, are we getting any clearer water? Well, we are, ladies and gentlemen. Oamaru building their lead there. Cambridge still working this race, working it hard. Avon pulling up beside them, well, gaining on them. As is Nelson, still working it hard. Oamaru on their shoulder. As we come to the 1750 mark, it's Cambridge 1 still working their way. Have they got enough juice in their tank to see them home? Has Oamaru got something else to give? And Avon. What has Avon got to give? We've seen some amazing displays from the Avon crews. And Nelson. Are Nelson getting left behind? I feel that they are. Aramaho Wanganui trying to get into this race. They've left their run too hard. It's Cambridge. It's Cambridge all the way here. Oamaru trying to get back. Avon really nudged him. Just not 100% sure where Avon's sitting. Avon's in third. Avon definitely in third. Cambridge really, they can smell victory. They're on their way to victory. They're in the last 100. Goodness me, these are novice rowers in a 4. It's Cambridge all the way. Oamaru and Aramaho Wanganui trying to get in there for a bronze. It's Cambridge all the way. Cambridge have taken gold. Oamaru are going to take silver. And Aramaho Wanganui are going to take bronze. What a gutsy row by Aramaho Wanganui. Just pipping Avon at the post. On the water now is the women's intermediate double sculls. This is the B final, and it is sponsored by Kaz Design, Brand and Web. And the A final is just getting into the blocks, getting ready to start as well. So we'll cut in between them both so that you get a little bit of coverage for both of the races. In lane 1, on the B final, we have Waikato 1. In lane 2, we have Whangarei 3. In lane 3, we have Whakatane 1. Lane 4, Whangarei 1. Lane 5, Rotorua 1. Lane 6, North Shore 1. Lane 7, Star Boating Club 1. And in lane 8, Whangarei 4. And this is the B final of the women's intermediate double sculls. Lane 4, Whangarei travelling well here. And Star Boating Club from Wellington. And the A final is underway of the women's intermediate double sculls. Now B final, it is Georgia Candy and Grace Lazenby, coached by Chris Williams and Stuart Widger. They're leading the charge home here. They're not having it all of their own way. We've got Whakatane, Grace Armunga and Ayla Rowe, coached by Chick Hammond, pushing them hard. Whangarei also in the race here for the B final, really pushing them hard. And then out to Star Boating Club, Grace Marshall-McCaskey and Eve Williams, coached by Nathan Wallace. In lane 1, we've got Waikato, Edie Crouchley, Martha DeLong, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. Lane 2, Whangarei 3, Lola Erling and Alice Henderson-Biss, coached by Chris Williams and Stuart Widger. Whakatane, Grace Armunga and Ayla Rowe, coached by Chick Hammond. Whangarei 1, leading the charge home, as I mentioned. Lane 5, Rotorua 1, Ella May McElroy, Grace Hack, coached by Alistair Riddle and Evan Hack. In lane 6, North Shore 1, Tasman McCasey and Elsha Stratford, coached by Barry Mabbott. Star Boating Club, travelling well here, Gracie Marshall-McCaskey and Eve Williams, coached by Nathan Wallace. And out in lane 8, Whangarei 4, Tana Godfrey, Anna Baradell, coached by Chris Williams and Stuart Widger. It is the Whangarei crew in lane 4. They've owned this race from the start, and barring incident, they'll take it out, I would imagine. Whakatane in lane 3, still going well here with Whangarei. It's the W's today, or the Whangarei, Whakatane and Whangarei. But Georgia Candy, Grace Lazenby, they're going to do the honours and take out the B final here. Followed by Whakatane. And Whangarei will take out third. Now we'll just go back to the A final of the women's intermediate double sculls, kindly sponsored by Kaz Design, Brand and Webb. Lane 1, Hamilton 1. Remember, we've got medals here, gold, silver and bronze. Hamilton 1, Ella Cloak and Mari Raidmaker, coached by Georgia Allen. Lane 2, West End 1, Isabel Lloyd, Milan Tenakori, coached by Nick Daw and Tanya Doniani. Lane 3, Tauranga 1, Ruby Church and Sarah Labenton Dam, coached by Steve Finlayson and Troy Page. Lane 4, Cambridge 1, Bryony Fraser and Ashley Quirk, coached by Phil Petch and Peter Fraser. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm, Kate Spriggs and Bella Breen, coached by Simon Smith. In lane 6, Avon 2, Francesca Armstrong, Courtney Preble, coached by Jake Luthi and Marcella Turfus. Lane 7, Tiawamuto 1, Casey Lee Baker and Azriana Johnson, coached by Ayla Mexted. And in lane 8, Rotorua 2, Cara Moody and Francis Hazeldine, coached by Alistair Riddle. That is the lineup for the women's intermediate double sculls A final. They're coming up to the 1500 metre mark. And it looks like the Cambridge crew of Bryony Fraser and Ashley Quirk are leading the charge home. We've got Tauranga on their shoulder, and we've got Dunstan Arm doing well here. Avon just sitting back there. Tiawamutu got their nose in front of Avon at the moment, but they're all working hard, pushing hard here. And we'll see some real movement and some pieces when they get to the 1500 mark. Who's going to do what? But is anybody actually going to catch Cambridge, When you look down at the water, the distance doesn't seem so great, but when you get a drone view on your screen, you go, that's quite a lot to make up. So they're coming past Flynn Cove, which means that they're progressing on Rowing New Zealand. They're at the 1,500 metre mark. What is this crew from Cambridge going to do? Are they going to keep putting distance between them? They're going to slack off? Goodness knows. But Phil Petch and Peter Fraser will be pretty pleased with the way these women are rowing. It's outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. This is the women's intermediate double sculls. There's more than one boat in the race here, though. We're looking at a silver and we're looking at a bronze. I'd say Tauranga travelling well here. And Dunstan Arm, Kate Spriggs, Bella Breen, they too are going well. Can they knock Tauranga off the silver position? I'm not sure, but time will tell, and we'll know very soon as they're approaching the 1750 mark. It's Cambridge still out front here. Cambridge, Tauranga, Dunstan Arm, and Te Awamutu. Te Awamutu out in lane 7. Casey Lee Baker, Adriana Johnson. They are making a real push for it here too. We have a race here, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're not vast in numbers. Get down and give it loudy. Give these crews all you've got so that they can really just lift their spirits, knowing that they've only got about 200 metres to go. Will Cambridge hold on for gold? I think they will. Dunstan Arm, will they hold for silver? That I'm not entirely sure. Look at the way Te Awamutu is travelling in lane 7. It's all to play for out here for silver and bronze. Dunstan Arm just picked their rating up. Cambridge steady as they go. Avon still trying to muscle their way in there. Tauranga trying to keep there. They've lifted their rating too. Cambridge, steady as she goes. Goodness me, we have a race here. Te Awamutu just dropped off again. Avon working really, really hard. Avon trying to get their nose in here. Tauranga picked up their pace. Tauranga could overtake Dunstan Arm. Goodness me, but nobody is going to catch the girls from Cambridge. Congratulations to Cambridge. You've got gold. Ooh, and I think Tauranga's got silver. Dunstan Armour got bronze. Dunstan Arms, not Armour, sorry, got carried away in the excitement. What a race. Goodness me. Our athletes really are putting it on for us today. On the water now is the men's club Coxless 4. And this is kindly sponsored by Tensco. So greetings from Wendy and Ken at the Tensco Massage Gazebo. God, that sounds fantastic. We specialize in TENS therapy, advising and catering for individual needs. Come and see us, and for a small fee, feel for yourself the amazing TENS working for you. I'm just wondering if that's what I had when I had my children. We had a TENS machine. Before and after your complete competition, let the pulses relax those tight muscles, pushing out the lactic acid, leaving you relaxed, ready for your next race. We view the TENS as being part of a health and well-being solution, enabling you to self-manage your health on your life's journey. This small device you can carry with you and use it anywhere. Try it and feel the difference before and after the massage. There. Well, go and see Tensco. Right, let's get down to this B final. When I look at my screen, it all looks a bit of a muchness. But when I look on the water, it's a bit different. Sorry, I was looking at the A final. So on the B final, we've got Oamaru, West End and St George's. And they're going to come across the water, I think, in that order. It's Oamaru first. In lane 3, West End second. In lane 4, and St George's in third, and lane 5. But St George's actually trying to work really hard to upset my apple cart here. And West End just picked up. So I think you're going to get that in that order. This is the Men's Club Coxless 4. This is the B final, sponsored by Tensco. Now, let's just hop to this A final. It's the Men's Club Coxless 4 A final. They've just come through the 500 metre mark. In lane 1, you've got Hamilton 1, Alex van der Weg, Ethan Claridge, Lucas Doughty, John O'Brien, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. In lane 2, Cure Boating Club 1, Flynn Dijkstra, Ethan Barlow, Charlie McIntosh, Sam Barnett, coached by Alex Kennedy. Lane 3, Auckland 1, Freddie Eady, Nathan Keeney, Thaddeus Cryer, Callan Ogilvie, coached by Peter Mills. Lane 4, Avon 1, Jacob Lorcan, Will Sampson, Lawrence Birch, Charles B, coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. Lane 5, Wellington 1, Tom Bone, Lachlan Rose, Max Newton, Finn Peters-Boak, coached by Matthew Hall. In lane 6, North Shore 1, Thomas Clinging, James Brake, James Mitchell, Jaden Tabini-Evie, and coached by Liam Avery. In lane 7, Waikato 1, Gan Harbert, Seamus Foley, Matthew Poulton, Charlie Moon, coached by Ben Tyson and Nick Parton. In lane 8, Waikato 2, Winston Roberts, Thomas Lander, Dylan Worthington and Jonty McIntosh, coached by Caleb Shepherds. We've got medals to give out very soon for these athletes, a gold, a silver and a bronze. Let's just see who's who in the zoo here. Goodness me. I'd say lane 7 is going well here. Lane 7, Waikato Crew. Lane 5, Wellington. Lane 3, Auckland. These crews are travelling really well. Lane 1, Hamilton is going well here, because you know the inside lane, if you listen to me long enough, I get caught unawares by it all the time. They come up so fast in that inside lane. They're through the 1,000 metre mark now. So the Waikato Crew is just dropping back. Oh, our screen is frozen. They're not in the lead anymore. Let's just see what they're doing on the water. I sometimes find that easier. This Hamilton Crew moving well in the inside lane. Then we've got Cure. Then we've got Auckland. And then just sitting back is the Avon boat in lane 4. Lane 5, we have Wellington 1, travelling well. Lane 6, North Shore just sitting back. Lane 7, Waikato going well. And lane 8, Waikato 2, trying to keep up with their teammates, Waikato 1, but maybe finding that pace a little hot to handle. What I'm viewing is 3 boats are just coming to the fore here. It's lane 3, it's lane 5, and it's lane 7. It's all the odd numbers. However, lane 2, Cure Boating Club's just travelling well here too, and don't underestimate Hamilton in the inside lane. So the Cure Boating Club boat moving up here in lane 2, really trying to get in the action here. along with the Auckland crew, along with Wellington and the Waikato crew out in lane 7. Cure is putting Auckland under some pressure here. Wellington are they're sitting in silver. Waikato crew, Waikato 1, out, just got their nose in front here. Maybe they haven't actually, maybe that's just the angle. Goodness me, a lot of shouting going on here. Waikato, Wellington, Auckland, Cure Boating Club. Waikato, goodness me, look at Wellington just throw the kitchen sink at it. They are coming down here with some gusto. And Auckland really putting their back into it. Auckland had something left in their tank. Goodness me, look how they are flying. Auckland, Wellington, Auckland, Wellington, Cure. Oh, gosh, right. Well, that is way above my pay grade to call that. What a race. And everybody looks stuffed. And so they should be. What a race. Goodness me. I'm going to have to get my heart brought back down. And don't you love the camaraderie of rowing? Everybody looking round and congratulating one another. What a job for our timing machines and our judges downstairs. I have a pair of glasses that are sort of a purpley colour. They're reading glasses, metallic, that have been left in the steps downstairs. Just collect them from the tower when you realise they're missing. Gosh, what a final. Goodness me. God, if we get many more of those, I'm going to have no voice left. Which should some of you will be going, well, that'd be lucky for us then, wouldn't it? I just can't wait to see the results of that. And when you know the results don't come up quickly, they've got a job on their hands. On the water now, we have the men's senior double sculls B final. Sponsored by SL Racing. On the water now is the men's senior double sculls. This is the B final. There's 3 boats in the race. Nelson 1, Star Boating Club 1 and Cure Boating Club 1. SL Racing don't believe in second best when it comes to customer service, and their care continues well past purchase. At SL Racing, they work closely with you to design and build the perfect racing boat solution. So when you are on the water, you can focus on the finish line, not on your equipment. Thank you to SL Racing, who've been with us for a long time and are great and loyal supporters of Karapiro rowing. The men's senior double sculls, Nelson, Rico Fraser, Sam Johnston, coached by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. They're just maybe saving themselves for a later race. Star Boating Club in lane 4 are leading the march home here. Maxim Eriksson and Ari Magasiva, coached by Brooke Walker and Ella Pudney. And Cure Boating Club, Louis Moyerden and Alex Fletcher, coached by Alex Kennedy, are sitting in second place here. And underway, race 305, and your program is the men senior double sculls A final. Now in that race we have got a full lineup. Aramaho Wanganui in lane 1, Wilf, Allison and Lawrence Harkin. Lane 2, Canterbury 1, James Martin and Angus Cool, coached by Josh Schmidt. In lane 3, Tauranga 1, Luke Bequist and James Hollard, coached by Simon Aubrey. Leading the charge home at the moment is Dunstan Arm in lane 4, Marley King-Smith and Henry Clatworthy, coached by Simon Smith. In lane 5, we've got Auckland 1, Jack McDonald and Ryan Gass, coached by Peter Mills. In lane 6, we've got Hamilton 1, Jack Clark and Justin Smythe, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. In lane 7, Wairoa 1, Ashley James Fitzgerald and Flynn Allison, coached by Kay Serginor and Matt Straker, and they too are travelling extremely well here. And Dunstan Arm 2, out in lane 8, Matthew King and Hamish Yeatman, coached by Simon Smith. Again, are travelling well. We've got 3 leaders at the moment. It's Dunstan Arm 1, Wairoa, the South Island, and Dunstan Arm 2 in this A final for the men's senior double sculls. It's early stages yet, and these boats move quickly, as you all know. But this is what's happening. We've got Dunstan Arm. They have taken the lead here. And they are really going for gold. But lane 7, Wairoa, they are really on their case here. They're not letting it go, and neither's Dunstan Arm 2. But there's lots more boats in this race that are working really hard. We've got Aramaho Wanganui out in lane 1. They're going to have to work a bit harder. Canterbury 1, they're going to have to work a bit harder too. Tauranga in lane 3. And then we've got our leader, Dunstan Arm 1, Marley King-Smith and Henry Clatworthy in lane 4, just sitting in front of the Empire boat. Auckland 1, just sitting back a little bit. Hamilton, just sitting back a little bit. And then we've got the 2 outside boats in lane 7 and 8, Wairoa and Dunstan Arm 2. Is that going to change? No, it's not changing at the moment. If anything, these 3 boats are solidifying their position more as they just completely get into the rhythm and their groove of their rowing, and they can see down the course. They see what they've got to do. They see the competition coming at them, whereas the others, they're behind, and it makes it all a little bit more difficult, so I'm told. Dunstan Arm and Wairoa are having a ding-dong here. And at the moment, Dunstan Arm is trying very, very hard to get in front of Wairoa. And I think they are succeeding just a bar ball at a time. And they are. Dunstan Arm are sitting in silver and Wairoa sitting in bronze. They want to keep their heads in the boat, not look around too much, just keep seeing knitting. And Dunstan Arm 1. Gaining on that, but Dunstan Arm 2, as they come past Flynn Cove, is really making their teammates work for this. Just steady as they go, working it really hard. So they're through the 1,500 meter mark. It's all to play for now. That field looks much narrower than I thought when I was looking at the screen. As they're coming down to the 1750 mark, you who row will know how hard it is, how sore they're feeling now, but they can sniff it. And I think Dunstan Arm, maybe just Dunstan Arm 2, do they want it more than anybody else? Well, this will be a turn up for the books. If Dunstan Arm 2 beats Dunstan Arm 1, it often is the way. But Wairo really working hard here. And I think we've got Auckland 1 trying to work their way back here. And have they left the run rate too late? I don't know what they've got in their tank. And Hamilton also working hard here. And are the leaders tiring? Have they got out too far, too quickly, too fast? Well, we're only going to see in the last dying strokes here. But they're coming up to the 100-meter mark. It's Dunstan Arm and Wairo at the moment, with Auckland working hard here. Are they going to manage to get out from fourth into third? If they do, they'll be knocking Wairo off from the bronze. But it's Dunstan Arm 1 over Dunstan Arm 2. Dunstan Arm 1 really picked it up. They're going for it. They are going to take gold. South Island victory. South Island bronze. North Island. South Island silver. North Island bronze in Auckland. Well done. Great finish for the boys from Auckland. Now, I'll be able to tell you, hopefully, so, goodness me, what a tight race the men's club Coxlifts 4 was. Wellington won it in 6:26.39. Auckland got silver in 6:26.42. And Cure bronze 6:30.06. And Waikato came through in 6:30.21. What an amazing race. Okay, thank you. Gosh, North Shore doesn't feature till 17th. Yeah, and they got first, second, and third, and women and men. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Race 306. Race 306. On the water now is the women's senior double sculls. This is the B final. In lane 1, we've got Hauraki Plains 1, Rebecca Adams and Olivia Adams, coached by Jeremy Cryer. In lane 2, we've got Whanganui Collegiate, number 1 crew, Frank Camora and Millicent Murphy, coached by Tyler Scott. Millicent Murphy, you've got to be an actress or a famous doctor. What a lovely name. And lane 3, North End 1, Maddie Cockburn and Harriet Thompson, coached by Dave Hannon. In lane 4, Dunstan Arm 3, Millie Scott and Bridget Sutton, coached by Simon Smith. In lane 5, we've got Aramaho, Wanganui, Messina Sua and Robin Van Dyck. In lane 6, we've got North Shore 2, Sophie Strang and Cassidy Luff, coached by Ella Campbell and Maren Howarth. Avon have scratched. And in lane 8, Canterbury 1, Tasman O'Sullivan and Becky Tuke, coached by Josh Smith. And SL Racing are sponsoring this as well. So just a reminder that SL Racing don't believe in second best when it comes to customer service, and their care continues well past purchase. At SL Racing, they work closely with you to design and build the perfect racing boat solution, so when you're on the water, you can focus on the finish line and not your equipment. So this is the B final, and it's lane 5, Anamaho Wanganui, bringing this race home. But Canterbury travelling well in the outside lane, and the A final is underway, so I'll just switch to that, but I'll keep you informed with what's going on here. So in the A final, race 307 of the women's senior double sculls, this is a race. The B final is a race between Aramaho Wanganui, Messina Sua and Robin van Dijk, with Canterbury's Tasman O'Sullivan and Becky Tuke. They are going ding-dong as they are coming down here. Let's get to the A final of the women's senior double sculls. We've got, as you know, medals at stake here, 3 of varying colours, a gold, a silver and a bronze. In lane 1, we have Aramaho Wanganui, Madeline Cox, Miller Graham. In lane 2, Hamilton 1, Amy Robson and Rowan Giles, coached by Georgia Allen and Blair Curry. In lane 3, we have Dunstanarm 2, Olivia Key and Stina Stefan, coached by Simon Smith. They're just coming up to the last few strokes. They're in the 100 metre to go of the B final. It is Aramaho Wanganui just coming home here, but it's North End is going to take out second in the B final and then over to Canterbury. So on the A final, Dunstanarm 1, Elsie Talbot and Freddie Todhunter, coached by Simon Smith, are in lane 4. Lane 5, we have Waikato 1, Emily Gordon and Charlize Tutbury, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. Lane 6, we have Avon 1, Tori Cox and Tyler Stewart, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barracliff. In lane 7, we have Waikato 2, Simon Slipper and Anna Gallagher, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. And in lane 8, we have Clifton 1, Jessie Pulford and Madison Neal, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. This is the A final of the women's senior double sculls, and medals are at stake here. And it looks to me like we've got 3 clear leaders on the water here as the camera just pans into it. It's lane 3, Dunstanarm 2. It's lane 4, Dunstanarm 1. And then it is our Waikato crew 1. These 3 are battling it out. They are clearly moving away from the rest of the field. It's gold, silver, bronze at stake here. Are we panning out? Is there somebody that I've missed here? I don't think so, not at this stage. Not that I can see. It's lanes 3, 4 and 5. Goodness me, it's the Dunstanarm's crew again. Dunstanarm 2, Olivia Key and Stina Stefan, coached by Simon Smith. He'll be a happy man. And then it's Dunstanarm 1 in lane 4, Elsie Talbot and Freddie Todhunter, also coached by Simon Smith. And then it's the Waikato crew, Emily Gordon and Charlize Tutbury, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. These are the three leaders at this stage in the women's senior double sculls. They're coming up to the 1500 meter mark. Is anybody making a real move here? Wouldn't rule out lane 7, Waikato 2. That crew just seems to be digging in a bit here. Is there a real fight here? Is there a tussle here? Is there a tussle going on between Dunstanarm 2, Dunstanarm 1? Are they solidifying their position? Goodness knows whether or not that lineup will change as we come to the 1750 meter mark. It won't come soon enough for these guys, girls. They will be feeling it. They will be feeling it in their quads. And everywhere. They will be getting completely exhausted because they will leave absolutely nothing on the water. When it comes to a final, they will want to win it. Everybody wants to win this race, but at the moment, it's Dunstanarm. It's still Dunstanarm 1 over Dunstanarm 2. And then it is the Waikato crew. I just have a feeling that one of these boats have got a bit more momentum in them than another. But Dunstanarm, coached by Simon Smith, really gunning for gold here and gunning for silver. Waikato might want to upset that though. Is Avon going to do anything? No, I don't think so. I don't think Waikato 2 can do it either, or Clifton. It's these three boats that we've been talking about mainly coming down. Dunstanarm 1 and 2, and Waikato. Is Waikato going to put a cat among the pigeons and decide that they want silver? They're going to have to do something that they're not doing now if they want silver, because they're currently sitting in bronze. But it's Dunstanarm 1. They're racing to take gold. They want to stand on that podium in the middle to collect gold, and they are going to do it. And they've done it now. Dunstanarm 1 will take gold, Dunstanarm 2 will take silver, and Waikato will take bronze. Lovely racing. Thank you very much indeed. On the water now is the Women's Club Cox Date. It is a B final. There's 3 boats on the water, 3 boats on my sheet of paper. In lane 3, we've got Hamilton 21. In lane 4, we have Cambridge 1. And in lane 5, we have Petone Composite 1. And the composite is made up of Petone and Star Boating Club. It's the B final, and I will move to the A final pretty quickly when that comes up. They're all just settling into the starting blocks here. Love watching it when you get a screen and you see how everybody gets their body ready, whether it's patting their thighs, patting their head, deep breathing, whatever they can do to calm themselves before these big races. But this race, they're in it, so their breathing will probably be a little bit more laboured now. And at the moment in the B final, I would say it's the Petone Composite just over Cambridge, and Hamilton 21 just sitting a little bit off this pace. Let's just look at the start of these boats. They all look amazing. They're poised, they're off. And that power of the 8s, when they all go, God, we could light up a city. It is quite extraordinary just who's who and how quickly they come out the blocks here. And I'd say it's lane 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 that have just got a march on the race. Let's just see a little bit more of the B final. It's the Petone Composite just pulling away from Cambridge. These boats move, as you know, so that might change. Now, goodness, at this rate, we're going to have no voices left. And these 8s are really moving quickly, so it's lane 4 at the 250 mark. It's the Nelson Composite that's got their nose out in front, only just, but they've got their nose out in front, and where better to be than having your nose out in front. So in the Women's Club Cox State, in lane 1, we have Waikato number 1 crew. In lane 2, we have Waikato number 2 crew. In lane 3, we have Dunstan Arm 1. In lane 4, the Nelson Composite, which is Nelson and Wairoa. Now they are coming under a lot of pressure from guess who? Avon. Avon 1 is in lane 5. In lane 6, we have Auckland 1. In lane 7, we have Hawke's Bay 1. And in lane 8, we have Dunstan Arm Composite 2. And that's Dunstan Arm and Canterbury 2 that have come together to make up this composite. Just as we're coming into the last 100 in the B final, it's still Petone, followed by Cambridge, and then Hamilton. So looking at the Armada on the water here, we've got lanes 4 and 5 jousting for position here. This is Nelson and Avon. Avon have taken it. Let's just look who is in this boat with Avon. It's Sam Rankin, Grace Langridge, Julia Middleditch, Emma Gardner, Claire Martin, Katie Gardner, Saskia Klinenberg, Emily Ryle, Isabella Hope Murray is the Cox. She's going to work for her money today, and coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barraclough. Well, Avon have been enjoying some lovely success here today. Is this going to be more success? But it's Avon. Avon leading the charge here over the Nelson Composite. And who else is going? Well, we got a 3rd and 4th, a matchy-matchy. And that's Auckland 1 and Dunstan Arm 1. So this is the way that the crews are just forming, the way they're coming down the water here. They're just coming up to the 1,000-meter mark. Avon just pulling away. Avon got 2 seats. 2 seats on the Nelson Composite. They're at the 1,000-meter mark now, just through it. 2 seats, Avon 2 seats, working and getting that 3 seats. They've just got 3 seats. Just strength, power, working it, really working it. And then we have got lane 3 and lane 6 who are jousting it out for 3rd and 4th. That's Dunstan Arm, and it is Auckland. So that is who's bringing the charge home. As I say, they're through the 1,000-meter mark, approaching the 1,500-meter mark. Avon just solidifying their lead. Can the Nelson Composite work away more at it? I'm not sure. How fast did they start out? How tired are they? What have they got left? They're trained. They will have a race program that they will stick to, and unless they know better, which I doubt. These coaches, normally very accomplished rowers in their own time, and at some stage in their lives, they'll give them these programs, these race plans to stick to. Now, if I was putting some money on this, I would say it's Avon, Nelson Composite, and Dunstan Arm at the moment. They're coming up to Flynn Cove. That's the 1,500-meter mark. This Avon crew looking very accomplished. They know what they're doing. Steady as they go. We've got a camera in here. It's close up and personal. These young women, they certainly know what they're doing. It is sublime. It's just a bit like watching Twiggy this morning. It's lovely watching people who are mastering a craft. Now, Dunstan Arms coming back at them. Have they left it too late? I don't know. You know, they've lost some ground, then they've made a bit of ground up, they've lost some ground. I do, however, think that Dunstanarm are going to have to work really hard over this Auckland crew. And as they're approaching the 1500 metre mark, it's Avon all the way. Logan Keys will be pleased with this, along with Tim Hopkins and Leo Cliff, sorry. I'm getting you confused with the soap opera. Now, Avon all the way here. Avon and Nelson. Who's going to get bronze? Is it going to be Dunstanarm or is it going to be Auckland? Who wants it the most? Only time will tell. Avon building on their momentum here. Dunstan building 2. Nelson Composite going well, still in silver. Auckland, have they nudged their way into bronze? We'll see just as we're coming through. We're approaching the last 100. They can throw everything at it now. If they've got anything left to throw to it. I think they rely on their technical expertise and all their training when they're absolutely exhausted. But they make it look so easy. Avon coming through here with the Nelson Composite next. Is it Dunstan? Is it Auckland? I'd put my money on Dunstan. Dunstanarm's coming up in bronze here. Avon all the way. Avon for gold. Avon will take out gold. Avon have got gold. Nelson Composite, they've got silver. Dunstanarm, you will take the bronze. Congratulations in the Women's Club 8. Just sitting in the starting blocks, race 3:10 in your program. It's 12:10. It's the men's intermediate Cox State. Kindly sponsored by Aon. No Grassroots. Sorry, I've missed Aon. Aon very kindly sponsored the previous races. Aon are proudly local and proudly supporting Rowing New Zealand, from schoolyards to stadiums and from local towns to local lakes. Aon has long been associated with helping New Zealanders achieve their sporting potential. From Kerry to Invercargill, Aon are in over 70 communities around Aotearoa, New Zealand, and they are ready to assist you with your insurance needs. Now, the men's intermediate Cox State is sponsored by the Grassroots Trust, and goodness me, have they been kind to us or what? Grassroots Trust are dedicated to providing local funding to local communities. They share our passion and enthusiasm for sport and are a proud partner of Rowing New Zealand and a sponsor of KRI, and we couldn't do it without them. They're incredibly generous. Now the men's intermediate Cox State, they're off. And they're off with some power and some speed. In lane 1, we have Waikato 1. No, we don't. We have them in lane 2, beg your pardon. Waikato 1 is in lane 2. In lane 3, we have Wellington 1. In lane 4, we have Waikato 11. In lane 5, we have Auckland 11. And in lane 6, we have Avon 1. And this is the final, race 3:10, and we have an early leader. I'd say the Waikato crew in lane 2 is sitting in silver. And it's the Auckland crew in lane 5. Auckland crew in lane 5 are leading the charge home here. And that's Marco Glass, George Marshall, Henry Johnson, Naiwai Amoamo, Miller Gardner, Vin Marsden, Lachlan Dwyer, Alexander Kostian, and Ryan Slater. Is the Cox, coached by Michael Bryan and Terry Dolan. In lane 2, we've got Waikato 1, Max Bunting, Ben McNee, Yaya Ali, Rory Bork, Cash Filippo, Mason Bowker, Connor Brownlee, Dylan Cable, and Ezra Scott, coached by Bruce Holden. In lane 3, we've got Wellington 1, Paul Smart, Amadeo Survey, Dong-Yong Gio Snelling, Lachlan Horn, Ben Nelville, Guy Curry Stanton, and Josh Cassidy. And Isabella Sharp is the Cox, coached by Matthew Hall. Waikato 11 in lane 4, Cameron Williams, Nathan Moore, Ken Itoni, Arden Marunga, Sam Overdevest, Cooper Watt, Connor Giles, James Davies, Hunter Gorey is the Cox, coached by Kylie Corboy and Rose Abbott. Auckland 11, Marco Glass, George Marshall, Henry Johnson, Nawai Amoamo, Miller Gardner, Vin Marsden, Lachlan Dwyer, and Alexander Kostian. Ryan Slater is the Cox, coached by Michael Bryan and Terry Dolan. In lane 6, we've got Avon 1, Isaac Hurrens, Elliot Nye, Jamie Soper, Eugene Farrell, Harry Black, Hunter Donnelly, Will Coughlin, Sam McAfee, Ashley Tacon, coached by Marcella Turfus and Sophie Jackson. We've got a great view here. The camera is, the drone is in behind the boats, the athletes, and just it's moved again. But it is the Auckland crew. It's the Auckland crew in lane 5 that's bringing this men's final home. But at the moment, it's Waikato in lane 2 who are sitting in second position. And I think Wellington is in third. I'm quite interested actually in this Waikato crew in lane 1 because I often get caught out and they are traveling really, really fast in lane 2. Wellington's just sitting back off the pace. Waikato needs to do some work here if they want to get into the medals. Auckland traveling well, and then Avon. So at the moment we've got our gold and our silver. What we haven't got is our bronze. And as you know, these boats can move quickly. I'm just waiting for Kirsty to come up to commentate the men's Prem pair. I cannot do that. And that is just a call out. Kirsty, get yourself up here quickly, please. So the men's 8. This Waikato crew, coached by Bruce Holden, traveling well in the inside lane. And they are giving the Auckland crew a real run for their money here. You'll be sick of the tired me saying this, but there's medals at stake here, and they are hard fought, and they don't get handed out willy-nilly. You really have to work for these medals, and they're not at every regatta, but they are here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. And it'd be lovely to have one of those hanging around your neck. Now it's Auckland. Auckland still traveling well here. Waikato crew going really well in the inside lane. Who is sitting in bronze? Well, it's the boat sitting next to the umpire boat. and it's the other Waikato crew. I think they are sitting in bronze at the moment, but only just. Oh, Kirsty's here. Thank goodness for that. Yes, I've got sort of ants in my pants for the next race, which will be a humdinger. Some great talent in the next race. And Kirsty will do us proud commentating it. But Auckland coming home here, going really, really well. Isn't this lovely to see? Kirsty's just told me it's the Sacred Heart boys. Got some nice cheering going on here. Waikato in silver and Waikato in bronze. So well done, Sacred Heart. You take out gold. Silver to Waikato.
Right, thank you, Vicky. I haven't walked that fast for a long time, but I've made it up here. And after being on the water, just watching those men's and women's senior doubles come down, we turn our attention to the men's Prem Coxless Peror. Lane number 2, we've got Avon 3, Cody Johnson and Ollie Welch. Lane 3, Blenheim Composite with Petone, Phil Wilson and Tom Murray. Lane 4, North Shore number 1, Ollie McLean and Matt McDonald. Hence why our commentator has side left and left the building. She will be waiting for her son to come down, hopefully in a gold medal position. Lane 5 is an Auckland Composite with Avon. That's Ben Taylor and Dan Williamson. And lane 6 is Waikato number 1, Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich. So this is going to be a star-studded lineup in the men's Prem Coxless Peror. Let's keep an eye on Ollie McLean and Matt McDonald out of the men's 4. So we've got all the members of the men's 4 represented in different boats here other than Ollie and Matt. The bow and the stroke are representing North Shore out of that bronze medal team that raced in the men's 4 last year. Then we have Logan Ulrich in the Waikato crew. He was, I think, the 3-seat in that 4. And then the 2-seat Tom Murray is in the Blenheim Composite crew in lane 3. So we have some amazing oarsmen about to get underway in the men's Prem Pier. They're looking pretty composed and relaxed right now. That's a look at the North Shore boys. There's Vicky's son in the bow with the T-shirt on. That's Oliver McLean. Just in front of him, the Man Mountain himself, Matt McDonald. And those two, I would suspect, are going to be tough to beat, but one can never be sure. Beautiful photo opportunity of Dunstan down there. Well done, Simon. And you may as well stay there because your girls are coming. Great finish from Dunstan number 1 there in the women's senior double. So that was Elsie and Freddie taking out the gold, then the silver to Olivia and Stina, and then the bronze to Emily and Charlize Tutbury, Emily Gordon and Charlize Tutbury. So that's the women's senior double. We are good to go in the Prem Pier. Vicky's heart rate, I'd love to know what it is right now. And we're away. We have got to start. Geez, they've come out fast here in the men's Prem Pier. Can't read much into it at this level until they settle down into their work, because all of these men All 10 of them are elite level oarsmen, and we will see how this plays out as they come down the course. So great start here from Avon down in lane number 2. That's Avon 3, Cody Johnson and Ollie Welch, coached by Logan Keys and David Lindstrom. Then we come out to lane number 6. Lane 6 is Waikato 1, Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich, the 3 seat of the men's 4. So it's Avon, Waikato. Then we go down to lane number 3, Blenheim Composite. Then out to the North Shore men in lane 4. Then over to lane number 5, the Auckland Composite with Avon. So they, Ben Taylor and Dan Williamson, just back a fraction, about half a length off North Shore. North Shore currently sitting in 4th position here as we watch him head down towards the 500. So just saw Phil Wilson look over his left-hand shoulder, trying to have a look at where this Waikato crew was. The Waikato crew of Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich tapping along quite nicely here. Everyone's settled onto their race beat. These men are all settling down and these 4 boats are just climbing into it now. We just start to see the North Shore Bell pushing up through that 500 into the bronze medal position. Ollie McLean just looked over at Campbell Crouch and he knows he's got some work to do in the second 500. They were pretty sedate, one might call them, in that first 500. But North Shore climbing into their work here. Don't underestimate Matt McDonald and Ollie McLean as they come down through the 750, down to the 750, and they will be pushing for silver at the moment. The gold is still sitting with Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich from Waikato 1 and lane 6. Then we've got this lineup of the 3 boats, 4, 3 and 2, which is North Shore, Blenheim Composite with Petone and Avon number 3 as they all push down towards a 1K. Just as we say that, we see North Shore going into the silver medal position now. So Ollie McLean and his partner Matt McDonald piling in some big leg strokes here as they push down to the 1,000 metre. Can they reel in this very fast start from Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich? Because those 2 went out very, very quick out of the blocks, and we will just see whether that's going to cost them through that middle K. The movers at the moment are Phil Wilson and Tom Murray. They have seen that move from Ollie McLean and from Matt McDonald, and they've gone with them, which is what they have to do. They have to go with them. So Tom Murray and Phil Wilson are only half a canvas back on Matt McDonald and Ollie McLean. Those are the boys that are working the hardest now to pull in lane number 6, Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich. Down to the 1K we come. Who's going to go through in first place? The lane number 6 has been caught now. Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich have been overtaken here, I think, by North Shore. North Shore go through first. Lane number 6 go through in second, and then lane number 3, the Blenheim Composite with Petone, go through in the bronze. Into the third 500 we go, and down they come in the men's Prem Pair. It is North Shore that have put the hammer down. Trying to go with them is Waikato number 1. Waikato's Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich, desperate to hang on and keep Philip Wilson and Tom Murray in that bronze medal position. But here goes Ollie McLean and Matt McDonald. They're pushing for the gold as we come down inside the third 500. Men's Prem Pair is on the water. It is North Shore Rowing Club in lane 4. They have got a function for their, I think it's their 150th coming up tonight, and I'm sure there's a lot of North Shore alumni from the rowing club that will be watching this Prem race and hoping these men can pull off the gold medal. It is North Shore Rowing Club in silver. It is Waikato number 1 in, North Shore Rowing Club in gold. Waikato number 1 in silver, and still in that bronze medal position, the Blenheim Composite crew. Then we go back to the Auckland Composite crew with Avon in lane 5 and back down to Avon number 3 in lane 2. Now Matt McDonald and Ollie McLean push out to Clearwater. They've just gone to Clearwater as we see a push from lane number 3. Phil Wilson and Tom Murray are going after the silver medal. They're trying to get their nose in front of lane number 6. Now we see the Auckland Composite crew of Dan Williamson and Ben Taylor pull up on lane number 6. So we've got a fight on our hands for silver and bronze as we come down to the 500. The North Shore number 1 crew of Matt McDonald and Ollie McLean out of the men's 4 have gone to Clearwater. They've gone to a length and a quarter inside the 500. Now we've got a fight on our hands for silver and bronze. Here comes Avon and Auckland in lane 5. They're pushing up beside Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich from Waikato. Still sitting in silver at the moment, but only just is Phil Wilson and Tom Murray out of Blenheim and Petone. Down we come towards the finish, and it is North Shore Rowing Club who are rowing away with this as they come past their home base of Rowing New Zealand in the background. Down towards the 250 come North Shore. Then we're looking for silver, and these men are still hanging in there. Waikato's Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich under all sorts of pressure as the sprint starts. We are 270 out from the finish in the men's premier pair, and it is still Matt McDonald and Ollie McLean on their way to a gold medal. Then we go to silver. Oh, Jesus, tight. Here comes the Auckland Composite. Ben Taylor and Dan Williamson are flying in the middle there. Keep an eye on the finish because I don't know who's going to get silver and bronze. We have got 3 boats going through the bell balls together, going through the markers. Oh, here comes Auckland and Avon are sitting in silver. Then we're looking at Waikato now in the bronze as we come down to the finish with 100 to go. Matt McDonald and Ollie McLean are going to be the New Zealand champions here in the men's premier pair at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. North Shore Rowing Club, congratulations on your special day here with these 2 men. And here comes Auckland. Auckland and Avon, Ben Taylor and Dan Williamson. They're going to snatch the silver medal. Watch for the bronze. Watch that line for the bronze. Oh, that was super tight for the bronze. Silver definitely to Ben Taylor and Dan Williamson. Possibly the bronze out to Campbell and Logan, but we'll wait for that official result. Well done, Ollie and Matt. Congratulations on the men's prem pair. So we're due to get underway now with the Women's Premier Coxless Pair All Final. Waikato in lane number 3, Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman. Lane 4 is Hauraki Plains Composite with Waikato. That's Ella Kossel for Waikato, Stella Clayton Green for Hauraki. Lane number 5 is Otago Uni Composite with Waido, Kirsten Goodger out of Waido and Juliet Armlaqua out of Otago University. And then lane number 6 is Aramaho Wanganui Composite number 2 with Canterbury, Phoebe Spores from Canterbury and Jackie Gowler from Aramaho Wanganui. So women's Prem pair on the course now. And then we apparently have a mixed sibling double. So hopefully Vicky will come up at some stage after Ollie's presentation. So just an update as we come down with the women's Prem pair. You can see lane number 6 going really well here, Phoebe Spores and Jackie Gowler representing Aramaho Wanganui and Canterbury. Just an update for you on the Centennial All, the overall champion club. In first place is Avon Rowing Club at the moment, Waikato in second and Dunstanarm are in third. The Centennial Scull points, we have Dunstanarm in first, Waikato in second and West End in third. Back out onto the course here, and this lane at number 6 have rode away from the other 3 crews. So that's Phoebe Spores and Jackie Gowler leading the way here with a length and a half lead, currently possibly over Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman. Then we come back to Kirsten Goodger, Juliet Armlaqua and Ella Kossel and Stella Clayton Green. So still all to play for a medal here in the Women's Premier Coxless Pair. After this, we move to the mixed sibling double sculls. And then hopefully Vicky will be back up and we can move into the rest of the races. So now we're just starting to see lane number 3 pushing into that silver medal. That's Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman. So lane 3 pushing into silver. Then we go to lane 4 currently for the bronze, Ella Kossel and Stella Clayton Green, but it's only half a canvas. Back to Kirsten Goodger and Juliet Armlaqua. But back in the gold medal position here, looking pretty comfortable as they head down towards the 1K, is Phoebe Spores from Canterbury and Jackie Gowler from Aramaho Wanganui. So a good look here at the current gold medal position, lane number 6. Phoebe Spores sitting in the bow seat there, representing Canterbury, and in the stroke seat, Jackie Gowler from Aramaho Wanganui. They've got about a length and a half over lane number 3, which is Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman representing Waikato. And then the bronze just sitting at the moment with Hauraki Plains Composite with Waikato. That's Ella Kossel in the Waikato colours and Stella Clayton Green in the Hauraki colours. So that is the crew that's sitting there with the gold medal at the moment as they come to, they're well inside that third 500 now. And your stroke seat is Jackie Gowler there on the left with the orange and the yellow. And then just behind her, Phoebe Spores from Canterbury. Over on the far side is Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman. So I think that's Kate in the bow, stroke seat Alana Sherman. They are sitting in that silver medal position as we come down to the 500 to travel. Okay, got permission just to finish this. The women's Prem pair all coming down to the line now. It's Aramaho Wanganui composite with Canterbury. It is Jackie Gowler and Phoebe Spores. They are going to be the New Zealand champions here in the women's Premier Cox's Peror. Congratulations, Phoebe and Jackie. Silver medal is going to go down on the inside to Kate Haynes and Lana Sherman from Waikato number 1. And the bronze medal will go to the Hauraki Plains Waikato composite crew of Stella Clayton-Green and Ella Kossel. Congratulations to Phoebe and Jackie, New Zealand champions in the women's Prem pair. Back down on the inside to Kate and Alana from Waikato, and the bronze will go to Ella Kossel and Stella Clayton-Green in lane 4. Here comes the mixed sibling doubles, a great race here. And I have my eye on the blind combination in lane 7, Morgan, who rode out of Harvard, and Caleb, who's racing here at the Nationals. Keep an eye on Mercer as well, the Mercer combination of Cohen and Sasha Robinson. But it's on the outside, that's Morgan and Caleb going well. Then we've got Cohen and Sasha also. Oh, I think they've got them. Cohen and Sasha might just do it here. They're going to take out the sibling double sculls. Well done, Mercer. Great effort. Yippee! And then out to the Waikato combination of Morgan, Waikato and Cambridge, Morgan and Caleb. They take second. And then it's the sister and brother of Cambridge, Peter, Fraser and Nikki Knowles. Well done. Great effort there from those three crews. Well done, team. So we're underway here in the Women's Masters A to L double sculls. We have Cambridge, Bill Woods and Ashley Quirk, and I think Ashley's just won a gold medal actually, just recently on the water. What was it? She's just come down in a double that did very well. I just have to find, maybe it was the intermediate double. Yeah, it was Cambridge. Fraser and Quirk won the intermediate double here at the National. So I think that's Ashley in the stroke seat of the Cambridge crew over there. And then closest on the screen is Hamilton, Mairi Rademacher and Amy Robson. So they are leading Bill Woods and Ashley Quirk. It's only 500 metres, so I think Amy's taken that rating up pretty high. Down they come towards the 250. It's only 500 metres, then we're on a break. We're on a break through to 145. We'll start up again with the men's novice coxed quads. So it's Hamilton over Cambridge, super close here between these four women as they come down with about 150 to go. This is the Women's Masters A to L double sculls. Great to see these four ladies out here, and Cambridge just pulling up now. Cambridge pulling up on Amy and Mahaidi. So it's Belle and Ashley with a late surge down towards the finish line. Let's watch these two. This is great racing. They're super close as they come down to the line, but it's Cambridge at the moment. So good work from Cambridge here. Well done, Ashley. 2 first places here on finals day. Well done, Ashley Quirk, Bill Woods, and then over to Amy Robson and Mahodi Rodemaker. Right, we're on a break now till 1:45. We will see you soon.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced, and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're well. Here we are back in A final, race number 315. 315, it's the open single. We're going from the 1,000 metres. Let's have a look who we've got rowing here. In J3 for Cambridge 2, we've got Bella Woods and Ashley Quirk. In lane 4 for Cambridge 1, we have Joe Mackey and Bella Woods, coached by Peter Fraser. Actually, apologies, sorry, in the K3, we're actually on K3. Ashburton, Isabella Wall, coached by Justin Wall. K2 is Rotorua. Anthony Spackerman, coached by Alistair Riddell. And in K5 for Waikato is Ron Satherley. So this was actually race 315, open para single sculls. And as you can see, their first one is away. There's a staggered start to this race, and I'll keep an eye on that. I believe the first rower has around about and I'll just keep an eye on that before the next one goes away. So this is Anthony Speicherman, coached by Alistair Riddell in lane number 4. And we'll see if we get the next one going through. Going along nicely there. Getting into the work. And here's our second one away. That's Waikato, Ron Satherley. And the third one is away. That's Ashburton. Isabel Wall, coached by Justin Wall. I saw him earlier on, tucking into a little sausage roll, if I'm not mistaken. So good to see the Ashburton crew here, making their way down. They've started from the 1,000 metres, so this obviously a shortened race. In lane number 4, for Rotorua 1, Anthony Spikeman, getting down there, getting into his work. He'll be looking back and just watching those other rowers get their way down. So from Waikato, Ron Satherley. On the outside in lane number 5 with Ashburton K3, that's Isabel Wall. On the inside lane, lane 3. So as they get their way down, I'll also just fill you in that I was seeing here on the points register for the Centennial Oar, we've got Avon Rowing Club sitting on 248, Waikato Rowing Club on 244, and Dunstan Arm Rowing Club on 128. So as they closes up there, we can see that Ron Sadley for Waikato, thank you, and Ashburton Isabel Wall are very much together. Also reliably informed that Rotorua 1 is called Anthony Spike. That's how he's known, nickname of Spike. Isabel has just getting her bow ball in front there in lane number 3 over Waikato 1, Ron Satherley. So Ron Satherley has just been overtaken there, and we see Isabel Wall. She's got clear water and she's closing up. As we see the next race getting ready to go, that's the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. But let's concentrate on this as we see the high performance centre coming in. Spike is still just got the lead, but Isabel Wall is just closing up. Isabel Wall is just closing up, and she takes the lead there with the Rowing New Zealand High Performance Centre just in the background there. Saw some kids jumping off the wharf earlier, I think thoroughly enjoying themselves, getting a nice cooling dip in this wonderful water here. The weather's really played its part. Ron in lane 5 there. Ron in lane 5 is just trying to close in on Spike. But Isabel Wall, coached by Justin Wall, has now got a couple of lengths of clear water. Have the pleasure of watching her row down at Lake Ruataniwha, and she rows in a whole heap of different boats and really is an excellent rower, and is coming down here As we see, we're into the last 250. She's gone from the orange boys into the yellow, and she's got clear water on these other two rowers from Waikato out on the lane 5 there. K5, that's Ron. Ron is still just trying to close in on Spike in lane 4. So let's keep an eye on this as they come down. Isabel, comfortable distance clear here. Race 315, open para single schools. The last 100 metres as she comes down, taking the gold. This race, again, reminding everyone, just over 1,000 metres. But well done to Ashburton and well done to Isabel Wall as she comes down these last few strokes here. The green and gold rowing suit of Ashburton. Here we go, K3, last couple of strokes, and she's going to take the gold. There we go, big well done to Ashburton, well done to Isabel Wall, and obviously Justin Wall. It's heating up for this second and third. Just holding on at the moment in lane 4 from Rotorua is Spike. Spike's got it at the moment, and I think he's going to hold on to it. Ron Sadler on the outside is going to pick up third, but Spike is going to take that second spot. Just going over the line now. And Ron just finished. Well done, everyone. That's great. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just had some keys handed in as well. There's silver keys, but with a yellow surround on them, yellow plastic surround with a carabiner, a silver carabiner. They'll be down in the office. So there's 2 keys. They've got Silca on them, which I think is just the name of the key, S-I-L-C-A. Silver keys with a yellow plastic surround. I think that's okay. No problem. Okay, fantastic. So I think we're just back into the next race, which is the men's novice coxed quadruple schools. It's a B final, race number 316. As we see on the screens, the A final just lining up, and they're on the way down. And I'll just give you some coverage while we have the spare time and the next race starting. They've well past the 500, making their way down to the 1,000-metre mark. Let's have a quick look who's in this. I know I won't be able to take it all the way through, but this is the men's novice Cox quadruple schools. B final. Lane 1 is Tauranga Boys College. Lane 2 is Waikato. Lane 3 Petone. Lane 4 Tauranga Boys College. Lane 5 is North Shore Composite. Lane 6 is Mercer, and lane 7 is Avon. Just coming to the main A final, we can see we've got Whangarei Rowing Club, Hamilton Rowing Club, Oamaru Rowing Club, Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club, Aramahoa Wanganui, Clifton 1, Hawke's Bay 1, Star Boating Club Composite. So we can see them lining up. I'll pick that race up as they start. That's race number 317. But currently on water, we have race 316, which is the B final. Let me just give you a bit of an update here. We can see in front of the umpire boat there, that's Avon Composite on the outside. They're a couple of lengths back from the Mercer 1 crew, who are likewise just about a length back from the North Shore Composite crew. So at the moment we've got North Shore Composite leading this B race. Just inside of them is Tauranga Boys College, and again they're about a length in front from the bright yellow Petone crew. So Petone are there. They'll let them get past the 1,000-metre mark. Let's look down on the inside. We also see Tauranga Boys College 2 on the inside lane. That's lane 1. We're still waiting for the A final to go. This is the men's novice Cox quadruple school. So I'll stay with this for as long as I can. Again, we can see in lane number 2, that's Waikato Composite. They've just dropped back. Come across to our leaders. There's a nice race developing here in this B final. I can see the umpire boat number 7, and if we look on the outside, Mercer 1 have closed up on North Shore Composite. We're still waiting for the A final, race number 317, men's novice Cox Quadruple Schools to get underway. So they're down to the 1500. They're really starting to blow now, and it has closed, but it's still the North Shore Composite crew. All the other races away. So on the B final, it is North Shore who still have the lead. But let's pick up the A final now. They're underway. The umpire boat tucks in behind. Great to see. I don't have the number on that at the moment. Let's have a look who we've got rowing here. We've got Whangarei 1, Hamilton 1, Oamaru 1, Bay of Plenty Coast 1, Aramahoa Wanganui 1, Clifton 1, Hawke's Bay 1, and Star Boating Club Composite. As we see them all get away, pretty even across the field. Just looking at boats number 5 and 6 and 7. In fact, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Oh, and 8 out here. This is going to be a close race. Good racing here. So, looking on the inside, there's Whangarei 1. In lane number 2 is Hamilton. Lane 3, Oamaru 1. Just slightly back from Bay of Plenty Coast, who are in lane number 4. Aramaho Wanganui, my new favourite club, love their rowing outfits. They have got their noses in front, a couple of seats there over the Bay of Plenty Coast crew, but still plenty to play for. In lane number 6, we have Clifton 1. Clifton 1 there sitting in 3rd. Bay of Plenty Coast are in 2nd with Aramaho Wanganui 1 in 1st. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this crew here. We've got Jordan Hallett, Kyin Brewer, Achilles Pikea, Christian Kiriona, and Lauren Davis is coxing. And again, they still don't have clear water. Down on the inside, Whangarei 1 have got into their work, and they're very much in the mix. They were gave a little bit away to start with, but they've got their noses in front of Hamilton 1 now, and also Oamaru 1. So, coming through as we are, this is the A final, the men's novice Cox Quadruple Schools, as we see the B race just finishing now. But we stick with this. Oh, it's a little bit of clear water here for lane 5. This is Aramaho Wanganui, lane 5. They have got just a smidgen of clear water as they get their way down. Still not yet at the 1,000. Let's have a look at this crew in 2nd. Lane number 4. That's Bay of Plenty Coast. Charlie Etherington, Connor McCormack, Jacob Trillo, Logan Lands, and Aubrey Bircham is coxing, coached by Ted Phelps. So we see here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aramahoa Wanganui gone out to a quarter of a boat length. Bay of Plenty Coast are sitting in 2nd. 3rd is closing up now between Clifton 1 in lane 6 and down on the inside, Whangarei 1. They started slightly slowly, but they're well into their work now. They've taken Hamilton 1 with them as well, about 4 seats back on that inside crew. Or we look on the outside as well in lane number 7. Lane number 7, that's Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay are tagging on with Clifton. Wonderful coverage here from the drones. I'm not sure if you're streaming it live, but it's absolutely fantastic. And there's that yellow and blue row suit of Aramahoa Wanganui. They're charging down here. These young men, men's novice Cox Quadruple Schools, A final here at the Rowing New Zealand Nationals. Fantastic weather all week. The lake has been looking magnificent, and I do have to mention the Defence Force for the kind use of this pen, which has been after losing mine yesterday. So, Aramahoa Wanganui, that's Jordan, Kyin, Achilles and Christian with Lauren Davis coxing. They are very much together and have got about a quarter of a boat length over the Bay of Plenty Coast crew, which is Charlie, Connor, Jacob, Logan and Aubrey Bircham. Coxing there, all we can see actually it's just stretched a little bit. I'm just going to call that a boat length now of clear water, but it's closing up for 3rd place. Look at this. Clifton have got 3rd at the moment, but Hawke's Bay are really sticking with them. And down on the inside, Whangarei are also in the mix. Hamilton have closed that gap. They're now only 2 seats back. Still out at the front, Aramahoa Wanganui have still got the lead. They can control from there. Second place, Bay of Plenty Coast. Again, they've got some clear water. They'll be able to look back. The third spot is very much to play for. Lane 7 here, Hawke's Bay. Carlin, William, Jack, Ashton, and Zach Fitness is coxing there. Here they are in the mix. They are putting Clifton, which is Jack, Jasper, Oliver, Jack, and Charlotte Wimsett is the cox. They're being put under pressure. The third place looks like it's going to come from one of these outside crews. But first, Aramahoa Wanganui, they're holding first with a good boat length, as we see again that high performance centre in the background. The yellow and red is coming down. They've got the lead position. They're going to, hoping to take out the men's novice Cox Quadruple Schools A final as we make their way. They're still in the orange boys, but they're about to hit the yellow boys. They're in the orange boys, and it's about to change now. That means they're hitting the last 250 to go. It's closing up on the outside. Hawke's Bay in lane 7. They're very much in the mix, but Clifton are still holding on for third. Second place, Bay of Plenty Coast. There they are, the white, green, and gold sash of Bay of Plenty Coast. It's going to come down right down to the wire. Aramahoa Wanganui, Jordan, Kyan, Achilles, Christian, and Lauren Davis coxing. They come down, there's maybe 100 metres to go. They've got clear water. It's closing up for second and third, but Aramahoa Wanganui, they've got this. They've got this in the bag. They're going to take gold home. Well done, the men's novice Cox Quadruple Schools A final. They're coming close. One more stroke, 2 more strokes, and they're over the line. They take the win. Second place goes to lane 4. That's Bay of Plenty Coast. 1. They're going to take second. And Clifton have held on. Yes, they have. They actually stretched again. Great racing there. Hawke's Bay come over next. Then back down to Hamilton. Down on the inside, Whangarei. And over on the far side, Star Boating Club. Well done. And then it's Omaru coming over the line. That's a fantastic race. Well done to all those crews. Race number 317. Race number 317, that was the men's novice Cox Quadruple Schools. Great racing there. Well, I know there's going to be another race on the water soon, coming up to 2 o'clock. So great to see there. Wonderful racing. We should just quickly look at who our sponsor for that was. Let me see what I've got here. Laszlo Boats. So I think Laszlo Boats will be over the moon with that racing. As we know, they're a long-time sponsor. Laszlo Boats New Zealand is New Zealand's oldest and newest skiff building company. More than 30 years of boat building industry experience. It's rowers that make boats go fast, but having a fast boat certainly helps. So make sure you get along and have a look at Laszlo Boats, and talk to the team there, and just have obviously an understanding of what your goals are and what the club's goals are, and see if they can help. So well done there. As we pan across here, wonderful footage. Good to see the lawnmower's been getting a good workout there. And we start to see the browning of the bank. I was mentioning actually at dinner that when we flew in, how wonderfully green the Cambridge area was, and we've had a great time here. And I must mention the local ice cream shop as well, which I think is a fruit ice cream place, and that was magnificent. So I'll be back with you shortly. I'll just actually mention I think we just covered off the Centennial oar. Now let's have a look at the Centennial Scull. The current table says Dunstan Arm Rowing Club are first on 120 points, Waikato Rowing Club are second on 104, and Clifton Rowing Club are third on 72 points. We've also got another trophy, which is the Halliburton Johnston Rose Bowl. and this is the trophy awarded to the local association with the highest aggregate points at the annual championship. And it's Waikato first on 64, Auckland second on 44, and Canterbury third on 37. So I'll keep an eye on that as that gets updated and let you know more. So, men's under 22 double, race number 318. 318. Let's have a look who we've got rowing here. Oh, and it's away already. Let's see who we've got. Waikato in lane 1, Dunstanarm in lane 2, Wellington in lane 3, Wairau in lane 4, Hamilton in lane 5, Cure Boating Club in lane 6, Star Boating Club in lane 7, and Waikato in lane 8. So just having a quick look through here, making sure I've got this right one. Yes, 318, men's under 22 double. Down on the inside, Waikato, that's Evan Williams and Finn Hamill. They're just following behind Dunstanarm, Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny. In third, we can see Wellington, that's Joshua Clark and Ty Urena. Just a few lengths back there, just inside of them is the Wairau crew, Ashley James Fitzgerald and Finn Allison. Looking on the outside here, that seems to be, let me just check the name, that looks like Waikato out on the far side, and that's Joshua Vodanovic and Oscar Rushton, who I think did very well in one of their earlier double school races. Star Boating Club have just dropped back there, as have Cure Boating Club. So Cure and Star are both chasing after Hamilton. Just see Hamilton on the screen there. Over on the inside lane, it is in lane number 2. Lane number 2, that's Dunstanarm, Jack Pearson, Angus Kenny, coached by Simon Smith. So they have got a little bit of clear water over the crew inside them. That's Waikato 2, Evan Williams and Finn Hamill. Over on this far side here, that is Waikato. Just want to double check that, make sure I've got that right. Yes, it is. Waikato out in lane 8. So we're certainly stretching the peripheral vision here through the binoculars, but they're making their way down as we come to that 1,000 metre mark. 1,000 metre mark, and it is Star Boating Club who have tucked in behind a few lengths back, but we still pick up this Waikato crew. Joshua and Oscar, coached by Richard Tonks. It's all to play for here, but they have got the lead, and on the inside there, Waikato 2, Evan Williams and Finn Hamill have closed up with the Dunstanarm double of Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny. Oh yes, we can definitely see it's closed up there. So all to play for. Plenty of time to go. It is just stretching out the Waikato, Joshua Vodanovic and Oscar Rushton. They've got a little bit of clear water there and looking very strong, holding consistent rating there, getting that transfer through as they just stretch it slightly, just stretching it out, making their way down. Just back from them, we have Star Boating Club and Cure Boating Club, who are both chasing after Hamilton. Star Boating Club, Maxim Eriksson and Ari Magasava, and Cure Boating Club, Louis Murden and Flynn Mercer. Hamilton 1 is Alex van der Veege and Justin Smythe. Here we see looking across. Dunstanarm has a quick look in lane number 2. But it is Waikato number 2 who have now got themselves in front there. So Dunstan are chasing after Waikato on the inside, and over on the far side, Waikato are definitely leading there as we just go to the screen. There they are. We can see there's our 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 coming down. All to play for here. We're still within the orange, boys, as we look back at the rest of the field. Here we have Waikato, then we have Star Boating Club, then Cure, then Hamilton. Back from Hamilton there, that also looks to be Wairoa, I think, back there. But on the inside, it is Waikato 2, who've gone away from Dunstanarm. You don't get to say that very often, I can tell you, commentating down in the South Island. So, down on the inside, it is Waikato number 2, but over on the far side and in the lead is this Lane 8 crew of Joshua Vodanovic and Oscar Rushton. They are down into the last 100. They're going to take the win. It's definitely closed up with the Waikato 2 crew, but looking strong and coming across the line. Looking strong as they make the last few strokes coming down now. This is race number 318, men's under 22 double sculls. Over the line, Waikato, and down on the inside, N1, Waikato 2 go over the line. That's Evan and Finn. So Joshua and Oscar win with Evan and Finn coming second. Third place is going to go to Dunstanarm, Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny as they come over the line now. And then we've got the rest of the field coming over the line. That's Hamilton, Star Boating Club, Cure and Wellington making their way down. There we go, over the line. That's great. Now we've also got the women's under 22 double sculls coming down. So well done to all those crews. Good to see them making their way down. That's the men's under 22. Race number 319. 319. I'll pick up if they've started already in a second, but let me just check on who's their sponsor here. That was Mitre 10 Mega Cambridge, so thank you to them for their sponsorship. And the women's under 22 double sculls is Swift Racing. In fact, Swift Racing pick up the next 3 races, so thank you to Swift Racing. Women's under 22 double sculls going off in a few minutes' time as we see these crews just taking a bit of a breather, getting it all back. They'll be taking those boats in, and well done. As we see the other crews lining up here, let's have a look who we've got rowing in the women's under 22 double sculls. Here it comes on screen. Just waiting. This should be race 319. Just waiting for the rowing to come. Dunstanarm 1, Star Boating Club, Hauraki Plains, Aramahoa Wanganui, Avon 1 and Waikato 1. Here we have it. I think this is it. Yes, here we go. So Dunstanarm Rowing Club, that's Elsie Talbot and Freddie Todd Hunter. Freddie had a good win earlier on, a gold if I'm not mistaken. Star Boating Club, Ava Johnson and Kate Barham. Hauraki Plains, my favourite radio station, Rebecca Adams and Olivia Adams. Aramahoa Wanganui, Madeline Cox with Mila Graham. Avon 1 is Tyler Stewart and Tori Cox. And Waikato 1 in lane 7 is Isabel Eldis Watson and Emma Averill. So they're getting themselves lined up. The starters will be talking away to them. And we'll follow this race all the way down. Race number 319. This is the women's under 22 double sculls, kindly sponsored by Swift Racing. I was down there earlier on today actually, just having a quick look. They've got some wonderful equipment down there, and also able to give you plenty of information and their experience on whatever equipment that you're looking for and whatever your next boat needs to be. So just while we wait, Dunstanarm, Elsie and Freddie, coached by Simon Smith. Star Boating Club, that's Ava and Kate, coached by Nathan Wallace. Hauraki Plains, Rebecca and Olivia, coached by... Oh, they're away. They're away. Oh, it's a good early start from Waikato. in lane 7, and lane 3, sorry, is Star Boating Club. But they're all pretty much together. We see the umpire boat there, tuck in behind. Always going to be close racing at this level, the under 22 double schools. Just the middle 3, just dropped back slightly there, lanes 6, 5 and 4. That is Hauraki Plains, Aramahoa, Wanganui and Avon. Lane 7 for Waikato. They'll be keen to carry on the medal haul there after the last race. And it is lane 7. Isabel Eldis Watson and Emma Averill, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills, who have gone out and looking very much together. A nice rating there. Down on the inside we can see their Star Boating Club. That's Ava Johnston and Kate Barnum, coached by Nathan Wallace. They're just a couple of seats back. They're going with them is Dunstan Arm, Elsie Talbot and Freddie Todd Hunter. They'll definitely have a big finish, as we always see from those Dunstan Arm crews. But it is the Waikato crew in lane 7 at the moment. Waikato 1, who are taking this out. On the inside of them is Avon 1. That's Tyler Stewart and Tori Cox. Just seem to be getting into their work now, and they're staying very much neck and neck with Aramahoa Wanganui 1, Madeline Cox and Mila Graham. But clear water now for this lane 7 crew from Waikato. They'll be very happy in that position so early on as they get their way down. Just looking for the 500 metre mark there. Here we go, look across. There's the yellow caps. The yellow caps, the Bill and Ben caps, or hats I should say, protecting those ears in the harsh sun as we get down around that Twizel, Clyde, Dunstan area. Avon moving along nicely. Dunstan are in that position. That's Elsie Talbot and Freddie Todd Hunter. Simon Smith has had a very good regatta so far with his crews. Aramahoa there just slightly following in behind Avon. They're in lane 5, and I can just see Star Boating Club there. That's Ava Johnston and Kate Barnum. They're just slightly back. So let's look at the chasing pack here. Waikato, as we know, are still leading at the present time, as I'll just come back to the binoculars. Out on the far side, we're not picking them up at the moment on the TV screens, but there we look across at lane number 2. Freddie Todd Hunter and Elsie Talbot. I remember seeing Freddie run around at a school event. It was around several laps of a local park, and she certainly, those long legs stood out and was number 1 in the field that day. As we look across, Avon have just pulled away from Aramahoa Wanganui. That's Madeline Cox and Mila Graham. Avon number 1, Tyler Stewart and Tori Cox, coached by Tim Hopkins and Sophie Jackson. They're sitting in 3rd at the moment with Dunstan Arm on the inside lane, lane number 2. They're sitting in 2nd. Here the TV coverage pans again. Let's see who I'm picking up now. Yes, here's our leading crew in lane 7. As we look across there at the facilities in the background. But they are moving along very nicely, very much together. Good catch there. These are our leading double, Isabel Eldis Watson and Emma Averill, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. As they make their way down, I'll just pick them up through the binoculars again, see how far away they are from the 1500. Avon are trying to very much stay involved in this, wanting to get into that 2nd position. Aramahoa Wanganui just sitting in 4th at the moment. They'll have to go now if they want to get into that bronze place. Down on the inside, Dunstan Arm Elsie Talbot and Freddie Todd Hunter. They're sitting in second. Still plenty of work to come into this, but Waikato, our Waikato double in the under 22s. This is the women's under 22 double sculls. They go past the 1500. A little bit of a spread over the field as I look back. Star Boating Club are with Hauraki Plains. They're having their own race back there. The yellow Bill and Ben caps of Dunstan Arm, the green, gold and blue that we always see so often. But it is the Waikato colours over on the far side there, the red, green and yellow. They're charging down. They're still in the orange boys at the moment, but we can see they've got good open water. Avon are very much in third place. Avon are in third place with Aramahoa Wanganui trying to get back in with them. Dunstan sitting in second. Waikato in first. As we come down to the 1750 mark, that's where the orange boys change. They're just in the last of the orange boys. They hit the gold yellow, the yellow and gold. They're in a yellow gold boat, and that's what they're going for in this race. They're going for gold. Lane number 7. This is Waikato, under 22, young pairing, young double, I should say. That's Isabel and Emma, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. They've got this under control. There's been a big drive from Dunstan Arm, though. That's Elsie. Elsie and Freddie always finish strongly. Avon are sitting in third. Aramahoa Wanganui in fourth. Let's keep an eye on this. Crew down on the inside. I think they've left it just too late. Just too late. It's just not enough flow on it. But it's closing up. There we can see them on the screen. Oh, yes. No, it's coming down the last few strokes. Waikato in the under 22. Women's under 22. Double sculls. They're going to take the gold. They're going to take the gold. Waikato take gold. Dunstan Arm, they did close it up in lane 2. They're going to take silver with Avon. That's Tyler Stewart and Tori Cox taking third. Then we have Aramahoa Wanganui. That's Madeline and Mila. They come over the line fourth. And then the rest of the crews making their way down. That's Hauraki Plains, Star Boating Club. Well done to all those crews. And I'm pretty sure that was my last race for today, but I may be coming back on if I need to. So I'll hand over now. Thank you very much. Great to be here, and please make sure you all drive home safe.
So we're back up the start for the men's club singles B final. They're going to have a restart in the B final. They're just relining up again. B final, we've got Talisman Lloyd from West End in 1, Brian Ranganui from Hamilton in 2, They're away. Cameron Preston and Mercer in 3. Haggy from Hamilton in 4. Smith from Cure in 5. Dashi Nakamura from Kyoto in 6. Connolly White from Ashburton in 7. Oamaru in 8. Quick start from lane 7. Lane 7 Ashburton. Tim Connolly White, he's got a jump on the field. Going out with him's lane 1. Talisman Lloyd from West End in this B final of the men's club single sculls. Let's see where they get to at the 250 metre mark. 7 and 1 have got the flyers at the moment. Pushing through now is lane 4. Lane 8 hanging with them. Starting to even out now as they drop down into their race rhythm. 1784. West End, Hamilton, Ashburton, Oamaru, all pretty much in a line. Slightly back then to Hamilton number 2, Ranganui, and Matthew Smith from Cure, but they're not far behind. So good showing out here in the outside lanes. Cody Marshall from Oamaru attacking early, trying to get over the top of Tin Connolly White from Ashburton in 7. Still hanging there's Talamis and Lloyd from in lane 1. Lane 4 Hamilton, Haggy, he's not far behind either. There's only 2.5 lengths over the field as they come up to the first 500 metre mark. So it's very early in the race. Lane 7 pressing against lane 8. 7, 8 and 1 all go through together. Then 4 just sitting behind them. Lanes 2 and 5 and 6. And then slightly back, only a length to lane 3, which is Mercer. So they're through the 600 metre mark. There goes the work in now from 7, the Ashburton Sculler, coached by Justin Wall. Tim Connolly White, he's digging in now to get ahead. He's taken half a length over the Oamaru Sculler, Cody Marshall in lane 8. So it's still 7 over 8, early stages of the race. Only one dropping back at this stage a little bit is lane 3 Mercer. Coming through the 800 metres to go, still prominent on the outside in lane 7. Tim Connolly White from Ashburton. I don't have the feed on my computer screen anymore because the camera's switched to the start of the A final. So looking through the binoculars. Lane 1 still having a good race, as is lane 4. Talisman Lloyd in West End. Hamilton in lane 4. Both outsides of the course and then one right in the middle. They seem to be your leading 3. Yeah, I'm still calling those 3 as they went through the 1,000 metre mark. West End, Talisman Lloyd. Kahu Karu Haggy from Hamilton in 4. Tim Connolly White from Ashburton in 7. Cody Marshall sticking there in lane 8. Not a lot in this field, only a couple of lengths. Remember, we went through a lot of scullers to get to these A and B finals. So you'd expect this racing to be fairly even. Coming up to 750. Still 7. One's looking very good. The West End Sculler, Talisman Lloyd. They're away in the A final. A finals away. Flyer from St George in the outside lane. B final coming down, very prominent in lane 1, West End, Talisman Lloyd. Stay near the 500 metres to go. Looking back at the A final, Liam Cassidy from St George has opened up a length on the field over lanes 3, 4 and 5. That's Cure Boating Club, Clifton and Waikato, Barnett, Cox and Henry. He's gone out to Clearwater in the outside lane. Liam Cassidy leads the A final from St George, coached by John Cook. Chasing after him's lane 3, Cure, Sam Barnett from Alex Kennedy in the A final, narrowly followed by the Clifton's Liam Cox and Waikato's Jack Henry. Back down looking at this B final in front of me. West End continues to be very prominent. Oamaru sculling well on the outside. Oamaru in the yellow on the outside. West End coming down the inside in lane 1, Talisman Lloyd. We can see the Japanese sculler in lane 6 doing well. Mercer just in behind. Hamilton seems to have slowed right down. Talisman Lloyd on the inside. Oamaru on the outside. Oamaru into the yellow, boys. Oamaru on the outside. That's Cody Marshall. Back at the A final. Liam Cassidy's opened up 2 lengths in the lead over Cox and Henry. In this B final, the race is on between 6 and 8, then back to 1. So it's the Japanese sculler in lane 6, the Oamaru sculler in lane 8. Cody Marshall over Dashi Nakamura. Talisman Lloyd just in behind in 1. Finishing quickly over the top of him, out in the middle of the field now, moved into 3rd. Is the Cure Sculler. The Cure Sculler's coming fastest of anyone in 3rd place. Japanese Sculler hits the lead by a canvas. Kyoto University School of Medicine, Oamaru, Cure. Mercer and West End go across together. Back to the A final. B final on the screen. Still holding a length, but the others are starting to get to him now as Liam Cassidy. Cox starts to move up to him. Cox has done a push now. He's just got ahead. He's neck and neck. He's pushed a foot in front in lane 3. Sorry, I might have lane 4. Sorry, lane 4. Right where with him is Jack Henry. Cassidy had a quick start. He's starting to feel it now, though. The others have pushed through. They're past the 1,000-metre mark. We've got about 800 left. Cassidy still holding 3rd, but Cure's starting to attack him down closer. That's Sam Barnett, coached by Alex Kennedy. Out in front, it's the Clifton Sculler, Liam Cox, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox in the light blue. He's got a canvas to half a length over Jack Henry. They're opening up on the field. St George, Liam Cassidy's trying to hang on the outside, but he's been attacked by Cure, and then he's got 2 boats coming down the inside of him, which is James Hollard from Tauranga and Jack Newton from Aramaho Wanganui. Hollard in the green boat, you can see in your screen. He's moved into 4th. So we've still got Clifton. He's setting up a high rating. He's a higher rating than Jack Henry at the moment. He's really digging in now. He's trying to break him. 3/4 of a length. Clifton's really going for it. Jack Henry's trying to hang in there. Jack Henry's putting in some big ones now. As we come down towards the 500-metre mark, Jack Henry doesn't want to lose contact with Liam Cox. Liam Cox has got a length and he's working really hard. He's lifted his rating right up as we hit the 500 metres to go. There's a battle on the outside coming. Aramaho's moving through the field now. So it's Clifton. He's got a length over Jack Henry. Jack Henry will have to respond at some stage because Clifton hasn't stopped. He's kept going. Liam Cox, Cure going, trying to hang in there with him in third. The mover was Aramaho, Wanganui and James Hollard, but they're away off the medals. Then tucked in behind them, hanging on after a very fast start, is Liam Cassidy from St. George. At the moment, Liam Cox, Jack Henry Waikato, Sam Barnett from Cure in the middle of the field. Then we go out to Aramaho, which is Jack Newton holding off James Hollard right to the outside. Liam Cassidy right down to the inside. We have Connor Davison from Dunstan Arms, and then dropped off a bit is the Cure number 2 sculler. We're coming down. Jack Henry's having a go. Jack Henry's having a go at Liam Cox. Liam Cox still holds the lead. They're the only two that it's going to be. It's going to be Liam Cox holding 3/4 of a length. Jack Henry's attacking. Cure back safe in third. Aramaho will need to wind if he wants to get into the medal. Still doing a loping long stroke. Cox lifts again. Henry continues to come. Cox is keeping the boat running. Waikato's coming at him. Henry's coming at him, but Cox is holding on. Cox has still got 3/4 of a length and we've only got 3 strokes to go. It's going to be Cox's win in the single sculls, club single sculls. The blue of Cox, the traffic lights of Graham. Jack Henry go across in second, fantastic race. Cure Nab third. Then we've got the yellow and red hoops of Aramaho Wanganui. Jack Newton go across next. James Hollard from Tauranga. He'll be over next. Cassidy goes across the line from St. George, beating Dunstan Arms and back into the other Cure sculler. That was the men's club single A final. We've got the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls gone through the 1,000 metres. Petone Composite in 1, Hamilton in 2, Hawke's Bay in 3, Hamilton in 4, Avon in 5, Cambridge in 6, Dunstan Arms in 7, Rotorua in 8. Just looking through my binoculars now. And it's lane 4 as far as I can tell in lane 6. Lane 4 and lane 6. Hamilton number 1, Cambridge number 1. They're the ones battling it out in this B final. Not far in behind them, we've got the bright yellow of Petone showing up in lane 1. We also have the Avon crew, the Dunstan crew, and just sitting in behind them we can see Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay in the black. Thanks. A finals lined up in the start, but in the B final, it's the middle of the track. It's lane 4. It's this Hamilton 1 crew, Coombs, David, Armstrong and Giles coached by Georgia Allen, and the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Skull B final. They're holding off the challengers. Down on the inside of them, we can see that black and white crew of Hawke's Bay. Outside of them, Avon, but the closest one to them is Cambridge. I'll call them through the boys. Hamilton go through now. Cambridge now. Hawke's Bay and Avon, Petone all together. Hawke's Bay, Avon and Petone all together. So the first true is clear cut, but we've got three crews lined up in lanes 1, 3 and 5, all neck and neck, and they're within a canvas of each other. The A final started. In the A final, we got a very fast start in the outside 2 lanes. But it's the yellow boat in lane 3, the yellow boat in lane 3 that hits the 250 metre mark, gone marker first in the A final. That's the Waikato boat. Back here in front of us, we can see Hamilton holding off Cambridge. Then we've got Petone, Hawke's Bay and Avon. Petone in the fluorescent yellow, Hawke's Bay in the black, Avon in the red. All neck and neck, they hit the 250. Hawke's Bay and Petone slightly over Avon. Hawke's Bay and Petone going for the 3rd spot. Avon just a canvas or so back. Hamilton have got the lead. Go back to the other race. We're seeing a strong move in the A final by the red crew. It's still Hamilton here. Red boat's gone through the 500 first over the yellow boat, back in the A final. But in front of us, it's Hamilton. Cambridge, the battles between Petone, Hawke's Bay and Avon. Here they come down to the line. Cambridge grow across second. I think it's Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay, they're going to hold on for 3rd. Petone maybe just over Avon, then Dunstan. Then we're back to Hamilton to Rotorua, and I swing back down to concentrate on the A final, which is on the TV screens. We can see the yellow boat in the front. Just over the red boat. It's the yellow boat of Waikato over the red boat of Avon out in lane 7. Tucked in behind them in the middle of the field. In lane 5 is the white boat of Auckland. They're sitting 3/4 of a length down on the red boat from Avon. Yellow boat's moving again. Yellow boat from Waikato in lane 3. Murray, Eastwood, Ashby and Tutbury, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn, obviously did a move there because they've taken half a length over Avon. Avon's starting to drift a little bit back towards the rest of the field as everyone starts to move on them, especially this Auckland crew in the middle, dragging the 2 either side of them, the 2 Dunstan arm crews with them. But Waikato have slipped away. They've opened up clear water. The other 3 or 4 crews are coming back at this Avon crew, but meanwhile Waikato have slipped away in their yellow boat. In lane 3, Avon still holding second. Still trying to hold on to the end of that boat, but only 3/4 of a length behind them we have Auckland Dunstan, the other Dunstan crew, and on the outside tracking them is Ashburton. Still it's Waikato as we go through about 1,200 metres. Waikato have got the race to lose now. Avon's still holding. There's not much change going on now. The 3 crews running next to them, Auckland and the 2 Dunstan crews, all seem to be settled into a certain pace. Then we've got Ashburton on the outside, but they've got clear water to Waikato in lane 3. It's going to be a real battle for the miners. Avon haven't been able to break these other 3 crews and they're still chasing them, but they've still got half a length. Still got half a length. Dunstan, both Dunstan crews and Avon are coming at them. Just out of the picture, Ashburton are hanging on, but they've got a bit to get to the medals. So first looks pretty clear cut. If nothing changes, silver and bronze are up for grabs. We've got 4 crews. Dunstan on the inside. They've poked a canvas ahead. Auckland are fading a little, or rather Dunstan's moving on them. I think Dunstan's are moving. The 2 Dunstan crews are moving up. They've still got half a length to get to Avon. Clearwater in the yellow boat of Waikato. Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Skulls. Sponsored by Kebabalicious. Still it's Waikato. Waikato there, the real battle. They're coming now. Dunstan on the inside are coming at Avon. Avon down to 1 person now. Here comes the other Dunstan crew as well. Auckland being dragged with them. It's Dunstan on the inside of them that are attacking Avon strongly now. Waikato still hold the lead. Dunstan and the yellow caps are coming. They're coming at Avon. Avon in the red still hang on to second. Still they continue to come, Dunstan. Avon hanging on for life out in the outside there in the bright red with 300 metres to go. Dunstan lift again. Other Dunstan crews going. Still Auckland drag with them. Anyone with a mighty sprint now can get into the medals. Waikato are clear cut in lane 3. This crew of Murray, Eastwood, Ashby and Tupri, coached by Anna DeLong, they can rest easy. But the rest is a real battle. Get yelling for your crews out there because this is really tight. Avon still holding on by a canvas. The 2 Ashburton crews, the 2 Dunstan crews are coming at them. It's still Waikato, it's Avon, it's Dunstan and Auckland. Ashburton hold on the outside, back to Tauranga and Mercer down the inside. Waikato, they've got the Clearwater. Dunstan are picking up Avon. Dunstan have gone through Avon. 3 strokes to go. Dunstan have moved into second. Avon desperately trying to hold on to third. Here comes the other Dunstan crew. Dunstan second, Avon third, Dunstan fourth, Auckland fifth, Ashburton sixth, back down to Tauranga, back down to Mercer. What a great race that was. Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Skulls, A final, sponsored by Kebabalicious. Swift Racing, holders of all the coastal events, they sponsored the singles just beforehand. Right, we're strapped back down to the field. If you want to watch some good sculling, here it comes now. The men's premier double sculls final. There's only 5 crews in it. We've got the composite in lane 2 of Jonty Wright and Jack Reddy, Auckland Grammar and Waikato. In lane 3, the Hawke's Bay composite of Tom McIntosh. We saw him win the single. Matt Danham was third in the single race there in lane 3. In lane 4, we've got the Avon crew of Ben Mason and Flynn Watson. The Waikato composite crew of Robbie Manson and Jordan Parry. Think they're the ones going over to the World Cup regatta. And Philip Wilson and Jamie Hindale Daniels from the Wellington region, Petone Wellington on the outside. So who's got the lead? It's the lane 3. Lane 3 being chased by lane 5. So lane 3, that's the Tom McIntosh, Matthew Dunham combination being chased by Robbie Manson and Jordan Parry. Then we just go back into the middle of them, the Avon combination, Ben Mason and Flynn Watson. A lot of these guys were out in that premier single final earlier today, which was a great battle, which Tom McIntosh won. Robbie was second, he's in the outside crew. Matthew was third, he's in the boat with Tom. Jordan Parry was in behind them, and remember Ben Mason was up there from a long way in the single. He's in the middle of that pack in the Avon colours. We then go back to the 2, the Jonty Wright and Jack Reddy on the inside, and Jamie Hindale Daniels and Philip Wilson on the outside. If you want to watch some top world champion sculling, you watch this race now. This is what you want to aspire to in 4 or 5 years' time for most of the rowers sitting here today. They're coming under pressure. They're putting some big strokes in now. Robbie Manson and Jordan Parry, they've gone for it. They're leading them down now, this inside combination of Tom and Matthew. The outside one, they've got real steam up now. Robbie's really getting into his work. Jordan's going with him. They've got 2 lengths on the darker combination down the inside of Tom McIntosh and Matthew Dunham from Cambridge. They're the 2 going on the outside lane there to contest in the World Cup Regatta. Robbie Manson and Jordan Parry. They've opened up on Tom McIntosh and Matthew Dunham, but they're sprinting to the line as well. They've pulled away from the Avon combination of Mason and Flynn Watson. Here we go. Look at Robin and Jordan coming down to the finish line. Robbie and Jordan, both having represented New Zealand in the single before. Then we've got Tom and Matthew flying down the inside. They're going to hold on by 2 lengths. Robbie and Jordan win. Tom and Matthew in lane 3 finished in second. Then we've got the Avon combination, Ben Mason and Flynn Watson. We go out to the Batoni composite of Philip Wilson and Jamie Hindale Daniels, both from the Wellington region. Back down on the inside to Jonty Wright and Jack Reddy. That was a real gut buster of a race. They're sucking in the air now. Fantastic racing from our top men's premier double sculls crews out of the New Zealand squad. So the men's premier double sculls, sponsored by Concept Oars. You all know their ergometers. You all know their wonderful oars, sponsored by Concept too. We've got a 2 or 3 minute gap to the women's premier double sculls, which will feature, according to me, the Wairau composite, the Canterbury composite, the Waikato and the Otago University composite. They're all sitting down in the starting blocks. Couple of minutes to start time. Ladies, if you're out there, this is going to be great. Some of the top single scullers are back out in this field again. In lane 3, we're going to have the Wairau composite of Isla Blake from Waikato and Kirsten Godger. Then we've got the Canterbury concert that features Emma Twigg from Hawke's Bay and Lucy Spores. They had a real good battle in the single. We go out to the Waikato team of Katie Lush and Samantha Voss. And on the outside of them, from the South Island, we have Veronica Wall from the Ashburton Club and Juliet Aim-Liqueur from Otago University, sitting in the start at the moment. Mrs. John Lazenby, can you come to the control tower? You've dropped a few bits and pieces. Mrs. John Lazenby. Here they are, they're off in the double sculls. They've pulled away, they're 6 strokes into the race, they're going for the early lead. We've got some different coloured boats, which is good. We've got a black boat in 3, we've got the white boat in 4, we've got the green boat in 5. Just the 3 crews by the looks of it. Yep, Otago University, Ashburton Scratch, just seen it on my screen now. So we've got the Wairau Composite of Blake and Goodyear there in the black boat, but straight out into the lead, the Canterbury Composite of Emma Twigg and Lucy Spores. They've got half a length over this Waikato combination, Katie Lush and Samantha Voss. We're through the 250, and I think you'll see the difference now, because often the crew in the lead, when they're that good, they don't slow down, and they're still going. So it's in that white boat, Emma Twigg and Lucy Spores. Still Waikato are staying with them though. Waikato stay with them. They've opened up a couple of lengths over the inside crew, the Wairau Composite of Isla Blake and Kirsten Goodger from Wairau. They're hanging on into them, Waikato. Katie Losh and Samantha Voss don't want to let them go. 3/4 of a length. Still they pour it on as they go through the 500 metre now. Waikato now. They're still staying within 3/4 of a length. This is great sculling from Katie Lash and Samantha Voss, staying with Emma Twigg and Lucy Spores through that first 500 metres. They're not going to let them go. They've only got 3/4 of a length in lane 4 in their white boat as the green boat holds on to them. Now we're seeing a move. Now we're seeing a move from Lucy and Emma. They're trying to break the Waikato girls, and they go out now. You can just see the clear water opening up now, and this is a strong push. A strong push they did after 500 metres to open up. They've got clear water now. Voss and Lush are going to have to do their best to stay with them through the 750 metre mark. It's 1 1/4 lengths. They're just losing touch for a very strong field. Then we go back 3 lengths back to the Wairau Waikato Composite. Still great sculling out in the front, and Samantha Voss and Katie Lush are trying hard, coached by Richard Tonks. They don't want to let them go. They're still going, even as they pour on the pressure. Emma Twigg and Lucy Spores pour it on. They're hanging tough, Waikato with them. It's a 1.25 lengths, maybe a 1.5 lengths, possibly, as we come down to the 1,000 metre mark. Here we come up to the 1,000 metre mark. Emma and Lucy go through now. There go through the Waikato double. They've opened up clear water. They're probably relaxing into their work. You know, it's a psychological advantage. You can see the other crew. The most important thing is when you're second, not to shorten up or chase too hard, to still keep your rhythm that you're doing. And the Waikato girls are rowing very nicely on the outside of them. We're seeing some good performance. You can see that quick leg drive on the TV screen. Quickly the arms go in and around. Lucy and Emma, they keep that rating up, and you can see the leg drive going on. They've opened up 2 lengths now, but the Waikato girls are holding tough. They're still holding on to them, but it's clear water by a couple of lengths. Twigg and Spores out in the lead. First 2 home in the single this morning. They're away by 2.5. We get a good TV shot if you're watching the TVs. Nice sculling from the Waikato girls. Katie Lush and Samantha Voss, coached by Rich Tonks, who'll be watching them on the back in his favourite spot under the little tree there. So representing the Canterbury Club, Lucy Spores. Hawke's Bay being represented by Emma Twigger. They're in the lead. In the green boat in second place, both from the same club, Waikato. Katie Lush and Samantha Voss. Back a bit to the Wairau Waikato composite. You can see the Guardian barge on the inside and a few people going out from our major sponsors on the inside as we go further past them now. But it's the white boat. They're 3 or 4 lengths in front now. They're opened up. They really did a lot of work, continued to work through that third 500, which they're being trained to do. Big point of New Zealand move through that third 500, and they're really strong, keeping it long and strong. Still moving those legs down fast, fairly quick round the finish, getting their arms out straight, then coming forward. Look how their heads stay in a perfect line forward. They're not bobbing up and down. They're coming through very controlled with massive leg drives as they go out to 3 to 4 lengths. As they continue to go for the line. Good solid consolidated effort from Spores and Twig. Very accomplished, experienced scullers. Doing very well to stay with them though. Only 3 lengths down is Katie Lush and Samantha Voss in the green boat from Waikato Club. Here they push into the last 100 metres, maintaining their rhythm all the way, maintaining that 3 lengths lead. Blades going in together, coming out together. Good, strong leg drive. Really pulling it in, getting those arms out and around. They'll go across the line, 3 or 4 lengths. Good showing though from the Waikato combination, Voss and Lush. We've got Isla and Kirsten coming in next in the black boat. They're your first 3 home. I'm looking back down the track at the men's intermediate double sculls B final, men's intermediate double sculls B final. And if your crew's in the light blue, you're pretty happy. They're going pretty well in the middle of the field. That'll be the Whangarei number 1 combination of Manson and Pedestra. They're doing very well. Then we look further out to the outside of the field. Crew quite prominent in lane 8, Bay of Plenty Coast, Helms and Crimmins. In this B final, nearing the, I think they're going through the 1,000 metre mark. I'm not sure, it's pretty close. Bay of Plenty Coast, pretty close with Clifton. Not much in it as they went through the 1,000 metre mark. I had to switch my binoculars, and by the time I had, they'd both gone through. So it's very close. Lane 8, lane 4, Bay of Plenty Coast, Helms and Crimmins, Whangarei, Manson and Pedestria, coached by Chris McCassie and Mike Pedestria. The Bay of Plenty coached by Ted Phelps. Their club mates had a very good row into 3rd in the club double earlier today. Pretty hot out there today, especially if you're watching in the crowd. Let's get them. I'm going to watch them go through that 750 metre yellow buoy. I think it's slightly Bay of Plenty Coast. Slightly Bay of Plenty Coast on the outside over Clifton. We're then looking back, I think, at lanes 1 and 2. And then out to the green of Twizel, Tauranga Boys College, North Shore and Twizel. But it's these first two crews of Bay of Plenty Coast and Clifton. A final just started. A final of the men's intermediate double scull started. So we've got a right battle in the B final. We've got Bay of Plenty Coast on the outside, Clifton in the middle of the track. Then we go back to three boats battling it out. We've got Twizel, North Shore and Tauranga Boys. In the A final, they hit the 250 metre mark. Who's going to hit it first? Lane 4 narrowly. Lane 4 by half a canvas. Through the 250, that's the St. George 11. Harrison Reeve, Nathan Strachan, coached by Alan Vester. They've got half a canvas in the A final. We go back to this B final and there's a real battle out here between Bay of Plenty Coast on the outside, Clifton on the inside. Then a good battle between Twizel, North Shore and Tauranga Boys. Back to the A final, and now the St. George boys, they've got one seat. They've got half a length on the field. Going with them's the crew outside of them though. North Shore 1, Cameron Elliott and Thomas Klingon. Alan Vester will be very happy if he's watching the TV screen. They've got two seats now. They're taking it inch by inch. They're moving to the lead. We're down here watching this B final. Let's see who hits the red first. It's going to be Bay of Plenty Coast. Bay of Plenty Coast, they've got 2 strokes over Whangarei. They're going to go through and they're going to win this B final. As they come up to the line now, Bay of Plenty Coast. 1.5 lengths over Whangarei. Twizel are in 3rd, North Shore 4th, Tauranga Boys in 5th. Then we have the 2 West End crews. Back to the A final. Intermediate double sculls sponsored by Onks Cafe, 776 BC with all the clothing outside with the sponsors of the Women's Premier Double, and the McLean St. George combination have gone out to a length. They've gone out to a length, these boys coached by Alan Vester, Harrison Reeve and Nathan Strachan. They've been sitting around on the bank all day waiting for this race. This is their race. They're in the front, the boys from Maclean's College, trained on the Tamaki River. They've got a length lead. Lane 2 starting to chase after them now. That's Waikato 11. It's coached by Kylie Corby and Bradley Kingma, so it's probably the St. John's crew of Sam Overdevest and Ryland Tony. They're in 2nd in this A final. Just tucked in behind them in the middle of the field is the green boat of Waikato, Alex Pollock and Caleb Blind, but there's not much back to Cambridge 3, Kalpenhalp and Kalkanai, coached by Chris Thorson, so that'll be a St. Peter's College crew. St. Peter's, Cambridge.